Not only hear factual reports from Slovakia and Hungary, but we will also learn more about this project. After the hearings, after the questions, the jury will discuss the following key issues laid out by the Free Republic of Vienna. Here you have the first question. Is it right to infringe on is an infringement on artistic freedom to dismiss left-wing and liberal artists and artistic directors and replacing them with artists that are close to the state and strengthen national consciousness? Second question, does the state have the right to participate in the selection of artistic directors, etc., as it finances art and cultural institutions? Can we therefore say that a change in artistic leadership positions in the wake of a change of government, for example, is legitimate? The third key question, the European Union has no competence in matters of cultural policy. This is incumbent on the individual member states. Is a European Culture Freedom Act necessary to protect artists in the member states against authoritarian threats? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. So now we come to the questions. I would like to ask the assistant of the chair, Marco Toya, to read out those who cannot be here today. The following persons are absent today despite being invited. The first absence, Robert Alföldi, former director of the National Theatre in Budapest. He said he could not come today after thinking long and hard about perhaps coming. Balázs Orbán, a parliamentarian of the Fidesz party, he failed to respond to our invitation. Third absence, Martina Šimkovičová, Cultural Minister of Slovakia. She did not cite any reasons for refusing to attend. Fourth absence, we would also have liked to invite or to question Péter Magyar, MEP and an opposition leader in Hungary. Fifth absence, Jaroslav Daniška, a conservative publisher, because he does not come to festivals that advertises using two naked men cuddling on its poster. Thank you very much. So now we come to our respondents who are here today. I would like to ask Michael Horvetsky to come up on stage. Thank you. Michael Horvetsky is an author, a novelist, a dramaturge, and a central voice of the democratic civil society in Slovakia. His novel Troll was celebrated and received a number of awards. Hello, please give us your full name. Michael Horvetsky. Do you have a professional or personal relationship to the members of the jury? None. I would invite you to respond to our questions and participate in this fact-finding endeavor. I ask you to say the truth. I do that willingly and gladly. Just a few weeks ago, there was an investigation against you due to the criminal offense of defamation. The case has since been dismissed. How would you sum up this difficult time? Well, I'm very happy that I'm able to come to Vienna and that I have been freed from these charges. This was evidence for me that the rule of law still holds sway in Slovakia, and that the freedom of expression still can be upheld. That authors are free to state their opinions and write what they want. This is in jeopardy because I wasn't the only one to face charges from the cultural minister. There were other such cases. Mate Delichka, who will be up here on stage later, is also facing similar charges, and Nemeth was also accused by the minister because she launched an online petition against the minister. In my case, I wrote an article in the newspaper, an opinion piece that I wrote in October 2023. Namely, when the three-party coalition under Robert Fico was established, and I wrote what it means when a coalition with far right-wing parties participate, and what this represents in terms of a threat to democracy. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks. I would like to ask the jury to begin their questions. Who would like to pose the first question? Monika Mukre. You called the cultural minister a neo-fascist. This is a rather egregious accusation. Maybe you can explain your accusation. Martina Šimkovičová is actually a former television moderator. She was on a private broadcaster, and she was responsible for the evening news. But in 2015, she began to become radicalized, and she was fired for her racist remarks on the migrants who were fleeing Syria. And she was no longer on television. She decided to assume new responsibilities. She became a right-wing influencer on the internet. She launched a television show, TV Slava, or Slovan. And this is a racist, anti-Semitic, extremist broadcaster where neo-Nazis are featured conspiracy theorists and radical politicians. And she has also moved increasingly in this direction, and she's also spread conspiracy theories herself. She has spread many lies and published Russian propaganda, Russian lies. And she's tried to launch herself in politics. This took some time, but then she was added to the electoral list of the SNS. This is the Slovak National Party. She was a woman with many followers, and they decided to tap that potential, and they put her on the electoral list. In 2023, she was elected to the Slovak parliament. This is absolutely baffling to me, and she actually was appointed cultural minister. She has a very folkish approach. She is a representative of the new digital fascism that spreads this propaganda online thanks to these algorithms. And many people are very receptive to that ideology. Her ideology has remained the same. She polarized, she excludes, she attacks people, she needs new enemies, usually minorities, Roma, for example, people who are fleeing, and now the entire cultural scene that she has declared her enemy. So in my text at the time, in my article, this was just a warning. In reality, the result of her work was much worse. Thank you very much. Amina, Thank you very much for your comments to date. My question is perhaps a bit broader, but I would really like to hear your perspective on this. What does it mean for you when art and culture is closely associated with the state, and if a state is now characterized as neo-fascist or right-wing? Well, you can see how quickly a great deal can be destroyed as the culture minister took over. We've heard 4 examples of what she has done. How many well-known people have been summarily dismissed? She has said that the culture should be Slovak and nothing else. I quote her on that. So she is not a representative and she does not support diversity, but the state culture with censorship, censoring other opinions. That's why all of these charges have been filed against me and others. Prime Minister Fico still supports her despite 1.5 years of this disaster for Slovakia, because many other institutions have been affected by her. There are dozens of people that I know, heads of museums, libraries, art galleries, that are directly subordinate to the state, but also public broadcasters. Our culture is structured in such a way that there are public television and radio broadcasters are directly answerable to the ministry. So we see many more attempts to influence the news broadcasting. Instead of dialogue, there are monologues being presented by members of the government, no voices from the opposition, or even ever fewer such voices. And this is a very dangerous development. This is an expression of the irrational for me, because all of a sudden we see people in power, people who are anti-vaxxers, people who are conspiracy theorists, people who doubt that the world that as we know it exists, as we interpret it, as we understand it. They completely reject that. And this is an attack on reason itself. So if you create an atmosphere where there is no possibility to believe in reason, there's no possibility to believe in justice and fairness, then there's no public control of any of these aspects. So, do you think there are certain opinions that should be banned? For example, maybe opinions by anti-vaxxers, the far right, people who incite to violence, people who spread conspiracy theories, for example. This has become a major issue for us, because what can we do when all of a sudden these kinds of opinions are no longer marginalized, but they have been centered in society? What can we do when these types of people are in charge of making important decisions? I can give you one example from Slovakia. Our special officer for recovery after the pandemic, this person rejects the immunization, rejects science, rejects all of the scientific information we have on this, and has filed charges against the medical association. For example, the people who created the vaccination have won the Nobel Prize, but on the other hand, we have a government representative that rejects all of this. And these are such contradictions, such dissonances. And this causes uncertainty in the public. What are people to believe? How can they have trust in the state, in science, in medicine, when the people who are in charge are opposed to such basic hypotheses, and they are the ones in charge of the levers of government? I think that we should definitely monitor and control social media to a much greater extent than we do today. I think social media and algorithms of the tech oligarchs are dramatically undermining our society, our democracies, and this is enormous danger, enormous threat to us. And I think it's almost too late, because we are so far down the pipeline. I don't know if we'll be able to put a stop to this or even prevent anything, any further slide. I would like to come to the criminal charges that you were facing, because you characterized the minister as a neo-fascist. First of all, I'm a maximalist when it comes to the freedom of expression. So what would you say to the following case, hypothetical, for example, a citizen receives a visit from the police because they call a minister an idiot, or somebody lands in prison because they say that a politician has been telling fairy tales. So it's very easy to become outraged as to the very dark regime in Slovakia. And this is what we have in Germany, for example. A citizen posted on Twitter, this was a shampoo ad in Germany. It's called Schwarzkopf. This is the brand. And they use the picture and they put the image of the minister on top of that. And they said that the president of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, the state, was a teller of fairy tales, and landed in prison. So compared to neo-fascists, these are rather negligible crimes, wouldn't you say? Well, I believe in the rule of law in Europe, and there are ways to defend yourself. I don't know the details of either of these cases, I admit that, but I think some of these cases are becoming ever more common. And even the center of society is becoming more and more radicalized. And I think that public persons are coming under increased criticism. And here you have a citizen, for example, who is usually not very prominent in the public eye. Criticism is part of our life and should be. I know the cultural minister in Slovakia, and I know the other cases. Here it's about intimidating critics. Here, this is a real threat. This is the will to impose self-censorship on people, because oftentimes this entails a great deal of time and money to defend yourself against these charges. Investigators, in my case, said that we are completely overwhelmed with these types of cases, and we cannot even investigate real crime at the end of the day. Elisabeth, please. I would like to hear a little bit more information from you why the cultural minister, or for the government that she represents, art and culture is so dangerous, that she is trying to take such drastic measures. This is a very important question. I think this is just an attempt to deflect attention, because if she's focusing on culture wars, then she can distract from nepotism, corruption in the government, or why the economy is flagging. It's much easier to attack the culture than to solve real problems for real people, dealing with unemployment, etc. So it's always easier to visit a national gallery, as the cultural minister has done, and the prime minister has also done, and to visit the collection of contemporary art and to insult everything that they see there, and then this goes viral. Then they point out that all of this is simply garbage and nonsense, and this is where your tax euros are headed, and this is damaging to a country. So I think this is the reason that our politicians are doing this in Slovakia. Our government has been an enormous disappointment to its own voters. So they are trying to distract with new enemies, and they're always looking for a scapegoat. Amina. We've heard that artists have been dismissed from their post. How many cases have you heard of repressive measures, imprisonment or fines, for example? No, artists have not yet been sent to prison in Slovakia. We're still a democratic country. We are a parliamentary democracy. The positive aspect of this entire development is that there has been enormous solidarity in the cultural scene. This is the first thing that we have seen since the Velvet Revolution, that all of the artists are locking elbows. And we've had enormous demonstrations in the last 18 months, not just in Košice and Bratislava, in the big cities, but throughout Slovakia. Up to 60 municipalities have seen demonstrations against this new cultural policy. This is a signal to me that society understands that they're in danger of losing something fundamental, something that they need, something that is necessary to them. And I would have not expected that almost, because this is a message to us artists, that what we are doing makes sense. Civil society in Slovakia has become very aware to these developments, and they are very closely following these developments, even in small institutions such as the Slovak Literature Center. Recently, there was a disastrous tour or event that took place. There was a tyrant there in the leadership there, and there were protests, waves of protest, and online petitions, and international solidarity being expressed. And this was extremely important to us. And I think this offers people who have been dismissed, this protects them from further harassment. And they feel this solidarity at their back, and they know that they're not alone. In my case, I've even received solidarity messages from Austrian artists, because many of us in Eastern Europe live in small countries, and we understand that we are facing these giant challenges, these enormous challenges, and we cannot do that alone. We can only do this if we work together on the European level. Yes, I would like to follow up on that. I don't mean this cynically. This is almost in praise of censorship. But what is censorship doing? Perhaps very clearly in this situation where there's no very clear cases of censorship, but it's very fuzzy. I think my major concern, and this is something that we have seen in a number of institutions in Slovakia, we have seen self-censorship. The people are afraid to speak out, to express their opinions. Some people believe that they are protecting the institution where they work. And some people, they say they don't want to be provocative, otherwise this will be the beginning of the end. But censorship is always in service of power, where only one opinion is being presented and upheld. In the digital age, we see these attempts being multiplied on so many levels. And the problem in this government is that they only communicate to their own supporters, and they are trying to exclude all other voices. Thank you very much. Amina. And then Monika Mokre, please. At the risk of posing yet another broad-based question, in Germany, on the right wing, there's a great deal of criticism of cultural institutions. People say they're too leftist or too political in general. In your opinion, how should cultural institutions be active, particularly when they are funded by the state? Politics is always part of culture, ever since ancient times in Europe. But I think they should be critical. Just one more minute, please. They should always be very critical. I don't think that you can separate one from the other. I think that culture can only be created in an atmosphere of freedom. And this is a pillar for society. They need this discourse. They need to understand in order to understand our histories, they need critical thinking about themselves. And this is what art and culture makes possible. Thank you very much. Very briefly, do we still have time for one more question? My question is very brief. What should the European Union do in this case in order to improve the situation in Slovakia? I think they should perhaps focus more on Eastern Europe and see us with our own eyes. And Milorau has done this. I think Milorau should come to Slovakia and should come and understand what we're all about. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening.
Danke. Als zweite Auskunftsperson.
So our second respondent today is Peter Zayak. Could you please join us up on the panel? He is a German philologist and literary critic, and among other things, he was the founder of the Civic Conservative Party, and he's a member of the Slovakian Parliament.
Ich habe seinen Namen sicher nicht richtig ausgesprochen. Das war sicher der Grund. Peter Zayak.
Probably mispronounced your name. Sorry about that. Good morning. Could you please state your full name? Peter Zayak. Do you have any professional or personal relationship with any members of the jury? No. I would like to invite you to engage with us in the fact-finding process. In other words, to tell the truth. Yes. Thank you. Now, for many years, you've been active in Slovak politics. Also, in the civic movement, you were active. You were president of the PEN in Slovakia, and you were a founding member of the Civic Conservative Party, and you served as its chairman. Oftentimes, it's said that governments in Hungary and in Slovakia would uphold a woke, let us say, atmosphere. What is what do you think about this as a conservative politician? Could you repeat the question again? I'd be happy to. So once again, what do you think about woke culture? Well, I don't know if you accept this term or not, but maybe you can share your ideas. Well, anyway, I'm not part of this woke culture, not at all. In the Slovak Republic, it's certainly not advanced. So, question, let me rephrase the question, or the answer is rather, I respect it. Well, what do let us say, conservative parties in the Slovak Republic, what do they feel about this? Well, you know, I have to say, I was the chairman of one small party. It was called the Civic Party. So it was a civic party, a civic conservative party, not the Christian conservative party. So let us say beliefs or Christian beliefs are not relevant in the civic conservative party. And the conservatism, as we define it, existed after 1989 in our conviction, as it were. It may sound a bit weird, but that is what happened. We were convinced that we should bring about this change in a radical manner as quickly as possible. And we did not manage to achieve this turnaround. And 30 years or more than 30 years later, I can say that honestly, the situation has become even more difficult, and it's certainly far away from what we expected then. Follow-up question, if it's not Christian beliefs, actually, what are the basic values of the Civic Conservative Party, quite briefly? So on what values do you base your ideas, your beliefs? So it was not possible for us to be a socialist or a social democratic party or movement, well, simply because we spoke out against the communist regime. And what we wanted was to do away with the communist system and regime. So socialist, that was a bit of a difficult term, so socialist ideologies could not serve as the basis. I was, let us say, more liberal than really conservative, even though we refer to ourselves as civic conservative. So in some sense, I was conservative, which is to say, it is not the role that an individual plays in society was what interested me most, but also the role played by society, the role played by communities, and also it was really in line with my profession. Well, what interested me most was really the cultural heritage. More probably than many of my friends. And that came as a surprise to me. And that still happens today. That many people are not really interested in their own history, and that is certainly not true of me. So thank you very much for the opening statement. Jan, would you like to go first? Well, as a participant of the civic rights movement, you spoke out against communism, against just being allowed one opinion. Listening to the previous speaker, you would think that nowadays a new civic movement would be needed. Is that an appropriate statement? Is that a correct statement that was portrayed before? Let me put it like that. In 2020, when the new government got into power, they presented themselves as the government standing for what happened on November the 2nd, 1989. So some form of continuity, and they see themselves as maintaining this heritage of what happened. However, that was quickly lost along the way because they were corrupt and they were really not able to have a coalition government. You know that really from Germany. You know what happens when governments are not able to cooperate in a coalition, and that was really the situation of the government in 2020. And also, they were not able to develop any projects that could have been realizable, or any project, really, that they could really develop together. And after 3 years in power, this government failed. And that was the consequence of Fico coming to power. Whenever I speak of Fico, we should know that the Fico government is also a direct result of the, let us say, failing or corruption of the democratic powers of the previous government. So Fico, it's not a new phenomenon. Whatever Fico has been doing existed previously, also in culture, I have to say. Maybe I can add to what the previous speaker said. Well, according to my own experience, Fico is not a new phenomenon. People like he have been here before. Well, let me ask you again, from your perspective, what is the present situation of critical voices that criticize the government in the Slovak Republic right now? Well, the situation of artists in the Slovak Republic has always been quite difficult. Also in 1989, the nationalists, for example, tried really to destroy art. So let me say, it was really, let us say, a competition really for, let us say, the purest Slovakian artists. So this may be hard for you to imagine, but that was really a reality. And the minister now, we have Martina Šimkovičová, and the minister at that time, they were really similar. And actually what they both did or have been doing was they picked out a couple of artists they deem to be pure Slovakian artists. And what Martina Šimkovičová has done with this son is only a repetition of what has been done before. And those people disappeared, and they simply were hiding for 30 years. But now it's like they all appeared again, and they think they can take this opportunity again, and that is really what has been happening. It's just a repetition of what happened before. So just a repetition, really, of what nationalists or communists even did before. And now, 35 years after the revolution, if you will, of 1989, this is really just a repetition. Ms. Šimkovičová is actually spreading fear among artists. So to all of my colleagues who are artists now in the Slovak Republic, I would like to tell them, please don't be afraid, just smile, put on a smile. So of course, I acknowledge that whatever action she's been taking, those have had dramatic consequences. And should the present government be re-elected for a period of another 4 years, then of course the damage to the art scene in the Slovak Republic will be dramatic and lasting. But the way that artists have been responding with a lot of, let us say, resistance, well, if this resistance is going to continue for the next 2 years, then still we can say, despite all of the damage, and those, let us say, that damage is going to be dramatic, but still I'm convinced that we will be able to return to our democratic culture, and it all comes down to the institutions. Ms. Simkovichova has managed to interfere with state-run, government-run art institutions. So those institutions that are state-funded, and those are, let us say, national institutions of art and culture. So, for example, the Slovak National Gallery or the National Museum, the Slovak National Theatre, you name them. And that was the position she held, to focus on national Slovak art. And Ms. Simkovichova and her followers have been focusing and promoting that type of culture. And that is so strange, because now she seems to be punishing exactly those institutions. All right, next questions. I think my question has just been answered. Thank you very much. Elisabeth. So now I understand that you are critical of all of these dismissals of artists, producers, etc. Another question I find very interesting, simply because here we're interested in, let us say, struggles. Why is this attack on art and art institutions so important for the government? You could just as well attack anything else. So you have just said those dismissals really are to the detriment of national art if there is no freedom. So why fight art institutions in the first place? Well, in the Slovak Republic, art, and it hurts me to say that, is not of great importance. Hold on, I'm going to clarify that. So art does not play a big part in our lives. I just want to make this clear, because it would be almost wrong to believe that the government has put art on the top of its political agenda simply because it's interested in it. If culture is able to resist the government, well, let me rephrase that. Way back in 1989, when the first meetings were prepared, I saw that on the, or rather, I had the opportunity to meet a friend of mine from the world of art. And I said to her, well, it is so important that we maintain a culture. And honestly, we cannot let artists from the National Theatre go. And the present government has no acknowledgement, as it were, no appreciation of art. And especially when they attacked government-funded art, they did not understand that they had something to lose. And that is a big problem. So I'm quite optimistic. I've never really panicked or been afraid, because I know and understand that it is possible to change this situation after the next election, provided that there are going to be elections. And I very much hope that the opposition parties should make sure that the present government will not be re-elected. or even abolish elections altogether. And in that case, I'm quite sure that, let us say, there will be or there might be a revisionist policy of art. I'm not really afraid of that. That's not my concern. A major concern for me, and that is not just really, let us say, typical of the Slovak Republic, but also of the other Eastern European countries, whether they will manage to set up a stable democratic government. And that is not just a problem of Eastern European countries, but also of Central European countries. So will we be able, in the long run, to create stable relationships, situations? And many politicians have not yet understood that there are attempts underway to set up and establish a different kind of politics, if you will. Just have a look at Ukraine. And I'm talking about, let us say, a different kind of policies, really. What happens today in the field of politics is that the old patterns are simply repeated. And now Europe is in a completely different situation than 5 or 10 years ago. And that is something that many politicians fail to understand. And not just politicians, but also artists sometimes fail to understand that. And they do not understand that they are probably, let us say, they stand to lose out a lot. Final question. I'll try to be brief. Now, what about the population in the Slovak Republic? Do they support artists? Are they interested in art at all? Well, I would say, I would like to repeat what I said earlier. There is not great interest in art. That has never really been the case. For example, if you were to visit an art gallery in the Slovak Republic, there won't be any visitors. But right now, where there is so much resistance, we see a lot of solidarity with artists. And that can best be seen in the number of meetings, for example, that are organized by artists, that are initiated by artists. So there is great resistance, or great interest, excuse me, in that resistance we have been seeing. Thank you very much to you, sir.
The next respondent is Matej Trelička. Please come up on stage. Matej Trelička is a Slovak cultural manager. He was the director of the National Theatre in Bratislava until he was dismissed by the cultural minister. Please come up here.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good day, everybody.
Could you tell us your full name?
Matej Trelička. You pronounced it very well, thank you.
Do you have any personal or professional relations to the members of the jury?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I believe no.
Please, thank you. Please tell us the truth.
If I have truth about what?
Generally.
About everything, of course.
The truth.
Yes. Mr. Drlička, my first question is, you were dismissed as director of the National Theatre. How did that happen?
It happened at 9 o'clock in the morning. I was in my bathrobe, taking the last day of my sick leave. The doorbell rings. The head of HR department of the ministry is smiling behind the door with two big boys behind her who are staring to their shoes because they are ashamed. And she's delivering to me the paper with my dismissal. I say, "Good morning, Ms. Legatova," because I know the lady, and I understood what was happening. I understood the reason why the two big unhappy boys were there. There were witnesses, so that the procedure is legally confirmed by two witnesses, and I'm legally dismissed. I refused to take over the document. I said, "This is really, I don't think this is the way to dismiss a general director of any institution, whether it is state or any other." And but I said, "I accept," and they wished me a nice day, which I sort of had. And this is physically how it happened. So then the bathrobe became some sort of symbol for a few weeks.
And what was the official reasoning, or what was the reason you have been told?
The main reason is that the actual leadership of the ministry is coming from a different galaxy, and they are still getting used to living on Earth. And with their aggressivity, actually, they are getting used to it, and they are getting a lot of results done already. First, after my dismissal, there were no official explanation. The ministry basically just dismissed me. And I believe the day after, because there was quite a lot of pressure from the media to explain. So the reason number one was that I was a political activist, which I wasn't. And the rest was just a bunch of lies as well. So yeah, I don't really think that any of my colleagues who were dismissed since, most of them did never learn why they were dismissed. But
thank you for this opening.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opening statement. To the questions of the jury. Bitte, wir kommen zu den Fragen der Jury. Elisabeth Bronfen, ich bitte Sie.
Let me embellish this, though. You never got any reasons for being dismissed, but why do you think that you were one of the first targets of this new cultural minister?
Well, we see in history, in long history, but also in not so far history, that when the authoritarian, totalitarian regimes are replacing democracy or coming on stage, the first victims are always arts, education, and third sector. There were times when third sector didn't really exist, but the two first were definitely always the first victims. So it is obvious that if we have, as a Minister of Culture, a lady who is able to pronounce publicly a sentence saying that LGBT community is a threat for white race, if this kind of narrative we accept in society, then we know that we are there, and that homophobic, xenophobic, misogyn, whatever you name it, racist kind of narratives that are typical for fascist governments or fascist ideology, we know that this is the beginning of the process that I described by attacking the arts and the education, the academia. And we knew that this would come. Actually, myself, I doubted that she would start by the Slovak National Theatre, because Slovak National Theatre is definitely, historically also, the fortress of freedom, and it played an important role a few times in our history, and especially the actresses and the actors of the theatre were kind of symbols of free speech, of criticism towards not all of them, and not all the time, of course, we are all humans. But we thought that she would start by smaller institutions and eventually get to the National Theatre, but she took the hammer and she started with the Slovak National Theatre. The day after my dismissal, the general director of the National Gallery posted on Facebook a supportive post towards me, so she was fired immediately the day after. But back to your question, why I think, because these people, they don't accept freedom of speech. They are afraid of free arts. They're afraid of anything that they don't understand, and they don't understand much. So they are afraid of many things. And there are criminal charges against me from the side of the minister because I said that she's a neo-Nazi in an interview. And when I went to the police, I was explaining that there are several symptoms or signals or descriptions how you can define a person who is believing the ideology of fascism or neo-Nazism, and she's meeting all of them. She's speaking of white race. She's treating homosexuals as something that is less than the others. She's suppressing the freedom of artistic expression, etc., etc. I could continue for a long time, and there is another person who has criminal charges against him, Michal Horecki, and many other artists. So the reason why they dismissed me, I think it was a gesture of power. They wanted to show that this is not going to be gentle, and we are going to do it radically, and we are not afraid of the National Theatre. But that's only my assumptions.
Vielen Dank. Jan Fleischhauer, bitte. Ja, Monika Muck.
The artist's self-image includes being against the government, being against the powerful. So you could say, from this perspective, that nothing better could happen to you than a culture minister who's praising the white race. Or, to be more specific, wouldn't you say that this is kind of a contradiction in itself to be against the government and get subsidies from them? What?
I just didn't get the rest, the end of it. Sorry, subsidies versus.
Why are we getting upset? It's nothing new for a state to promote people who are politically aligned.
Yes.
So, are we getting upset here because the other side now promotes its own people?
I understand. Yes, we are getting upset because they are incapable. I was never upset about my dismissal. I was never crying or asking to be put back. Actually, anybody who had ever led an institution of 800 employees, you know, when you are fired, actually, it's like, I can get some sleep now, you know. So I couldn't imagine to go on with this lady, having her as my direct superior. So I was relieved about that. And it was never about me. The reason why there is this public civic upheaval, why there is this open culture platform, and why I'm spending half of my life on activism is not about me getting fired. It's about showing to the general public. We were trying to communicate with their voters, but it's really tough. And what we are saying is that you have legal right to dismiss any of the directors of the state institutions. That's how the Slovak legal procedures are written. We absolutely accept it. But we also demand, as taxpayers and as experts in the field, that we are replaced by someone who ideally is better, someone who delivers better results. If not better, at least the same. But what they are, who they are placing instead of us, it's Monty Python. I mean, I don't know how much you follow the situation in Slovakia, but it's absolutely absurd, the people who are put in the positions. I mean, in the Slovak National Gallery, we have the 4th director in not even 1 year. And the first one is still signing his emails like emirate general director of the Slovak National Gallery. They are just, well, I have to control my language because I have already criminal charges against me.
Let me ask you, who are these people? Are these cronies of the culture minister, or who are they?
Nobody wants to work with them. Like, the entire government of today is problematic because their pro-Russian narratives. Our prime minister said that Vietnam is the way to do it. You know, one-party country. But even without commenting on the other parts of the political spectrum, if we concentrate just on culture, we have something that could be really presented as far-right, nationalist, ultra-nationalist party that is governing the sector that should be the freest. And when the way they do it is that they dismiss, and then they are, who are we going to put at the place? And they start to look for someone. It's like, I have 4 kids, but like the youngest is 8, but he's smarter than them because he knows that first, before he takes something off, he should be thinking of with what he will replace it. They don't. So when I was dismissed, it took them 1 month to find someone who would take the job. And they would call anybody who would don't like me, because there is always someone who doesn't like you. But even people who hate me didn't want to take my job because they knew that we were doing it in a good way. Like the theater was prospering, and so that was the first reason. A second reason, nobody wants to work with them because they stink. Because they speak things that are unacceptable in the 21st century. So at the gallery situation. They took this kind of auditor that was supposed to be the new general director, but his name never appeared in the auditor lists, which are official. We don't have time for this. Basically, the people who they put, they are people who are completely unknown to us. They never did anything, not relevant, but anything in the fields of culture or arts. Maybe with the exception of the lady who replaced me. She was marketing director of a private television or public television and director of private television. So she had experience with media and marketing, let's say. But the rest is just unknown, incapable people who have no respect in the sector. But the thing is that we would like to laugh. I often say in interviews for the Slovak media is that our Minister of Culture is like Homer Simpson in the atomic factory with the red button that can destroy the whole planet. This is what our minister. She has no clue. She has no clue. She has never seen a theater play. She had never listened to a symphony. She had never read a book of a Slovak author. Maybe Evita, if you know the author. So it's Homer Simpson running the system. And of course, if Homer Simpson is running the system, then all his nominees are just the family of Simpsons.
Danke. Monika Mokre mit der nächsten Frage und dann Elisabeth Bronfen.
You call for a European Cultural Freedom Act. Could you briefly explain what is this and why do you call for it?
The first international person, non-Slovak person, who called me after I was dismissed was Milo Rau, saying, hey, let's talk, let's do something about this. I became a part of this movement called Resistance Now, which is an international movement, launched by Milo. Now it's quite a strong movement that unites organizations and platforms such as European Theatre Convention, Opera Europa, and many others, Pearl, etc. Platforms that actually integrate thousands and tens of thousands of people working in culture across Europe. And we were meeting, traveling around platforms like this, talking to people, discussing, because the situation in Slovakia is absurd. It's absolutely, as I just described. But the situation is not going so well in other countries of Europe as well, if we speak about the freedom of culture and attacks on what we can define as wokeism and inclusion. And the people who represent these international platforms, institutional organizations, they understand that in the case of Hungary, you all slept it over, like you didn't see it coming. Like they were cooking it in Hungary during 15 years, slowly, smartly, because Orban, unlike Slovak politicians, is extremely intelligent. And within 15 years, basically, there is no free culture, state culture in Hungary. In Slovakia, the process was like this, 1.5 years. And that's good, because suddenly everybody is like, oh my God, what's happening? This is a like earthquake, and suddenly, so the reaction came also very quickly. And so these people who represent these international platforms, they understand that Europe is on fire. Now the fire is in Slovakia, and if you don't stop the fire, it will go on. If people like Kickel, Wilders, and many others will see that they did it in Hungary, they did it in Slovakia, they are still in union, they still have their word, they still are invited to the table, and they still kill the freedom of arts and kill freedom of artistic expression, we can do it in other countries. So I think Slovakia is like a very good warning example for everyone. And so the next step was like, okay, what do? We see that it's really on fire. We see the rule of law is being broken on territory of Slovakia. This is not, we are not speaking about, I'm not describing my feelings. If we have time, I can tell you how they break the rule of law in the sector of culture. And suddenly we came to the point, okay, this is something that we have to bring to the Brussels level. And we realized that one of the funding principles of the European institutions is not to interfere with the cultural politics and with the topics of culture in the member countries, which has a lot of logic. But there is a unless, in the sentence there is written, unless the country is facing real threats, or very similar phrase, or is at imminent risk. So together with Milo and the other stakeholders, we wrote a letter to European Parliament saying, well, the second part of the sentence is now being, could be applied. We are facing threats, and the culture and the freedom of culture is at risk. And we started to communicate with the institutions in Brussels, either it's the Euro Commissioner for Culture, Mr. Mikalev, or the chief of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, who, by the way, took the patronage over the conference that we just organized in Slovakia. So Brussels administration, they are, of course, very, very well aware of what is happening, because Slovakia and Hungary, it's a pain for the entire European Union. And we feel that it is necessary to start to speak about a legislation framework, coming to your question. I just needed to give the context. And I don't know how much you are aware of the legislation framework called European Media Freedom Act. It's a legislation, it's a set of rules, legislation framework that was trying to prevent the abuse of the media space. The ambition was to set very strict rules in order, first of all, to prevent killings of journalists, because this is what happened in Malta, in Slovakia. A journalist was killed because he was writing the truth about politicians and the oligarchic system in our country. And Europe reacted and accepted this legislation that is now being implemented throughout the months. By the way, one of the points, as soon as it's implemented, our national television is breaking the law of this new legislation. And we think that we need to speak about something very similar in the field of arts. And so this is basically why we started to speak months ago about European Artistic Freedom Act, not as a pamphlet, not as a symbolic gesture, but as a serious set of rules, a legislation framework that will be discussed on the grounds of European Commission, European Parliament. And these discussions are happening. It's still ground zero, but the door of Brussels and Strasbourg is not closed. They are understanding the necessity. We will see how it will go on. But the fact that the signatories of the Bratislava Declaration, where we are asking Brussels to put this topic on table, the fact that it's signed by 10 most powerful European cultural institutions and platforms, and the fact that we have the patronage of Roberta Metsola, it shows that it is a relevant topic, that is something we have to speak about. And I'm not too optimistic, but we got work to do, and we will do it.
Do you have Just 1 minute.
Ist noch eine Frage, Amina Aziz.
One more question, Amina Aziz, please.
As absurd and somewhat cartoonish, but still also very serious. This kind of repression has sometimes the danger of self-censorship, and I would like to ask you if you would do anything differently if you're being put back or in your work.
First of all, I apologize sometimes for making fun of it, but humor is one of the things that help us survive, because otherwise we would be on medicine, all of us. Well, I don't think I can be put back, definitely not now. If you're at the head of a large institution, the auto-censure is something that comes immediately, because you represent other people who decided to support you. I had 9 directors working under me as general director with different political views, with different views of their lives. Not everybody was ready to leave. So auto-censure is something that is very present. I changed very much during my work at the theater. I understood the power of working in public sector. If you have good intentions and if you have good team, you can do great things in public sector. And you can really shape the society. And I believe theater is a big shaper.
Unfortunately, time is running off. Please, could you just finish the sentence?
Yeah, well, from now on,
I know it's hard.
From now on, I will be a loud critic of anything that smells like fascism, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Matej Drlička, thank you. Als vierte Auskunftsperson bitte ich nun Slava Dabernova.
The fourth respondent is Slava Dabnarova. She's an author and playwright, director and performer. She recently staged The Firebugs at the Landestheater Niederösterreich in Lower Austria.
Dobrý deň. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Bitte nennen Sie uns Ihren vollständigen Namen.
Could you please state your full name? Slava Dabnarova.
Stehen Sie in einer beruflichen oder
Do you have any professional or personal relationship with any member of the jury? No. I would like to invite you to engage with us in the fact-finding process. In other words, tell the truth. Yes, thank you. Now, you're one of the leading artists of the Slovak Republic. However, you mostly work abroad. Now, has the Slovak Republic no longer become interesting, let us say, for the avant-garde? That is an excellent question. Maybe I'm not a typical example because I did not really, or I do not have a degree in art. I'm really from a small village. There was not even a proper theater there. And so I just had a look at amateur theaters, etc. So free artists, actually. That was my first contact with art, and I've always been used to work independently as an artist. And for 15 years or so, I worked as an independent artist. In other words, I had my own company, and I gave solo avant-garde performances. But at that time, even, I came to learn that what is home for an artist, or that is something I asked myself. Now, I did not see any future for me in Slovakia for a small minority or for the kind of, let us say, art I represent. There was no future there. So my audience is simply, or let us say, always a bit limited. There was not too much interest in my art, which is why I went abroad. Thank you very much for the opening statement. First question, Monika. So, how would you describe the present policies of art in the Slovak Republic? Maybe, you know, I've heard the signs, so to say. It all started way back. You know, all of these were felt during the pandemic, but it started way before that. I produced a piece at the Arena Theater, and actually a text of Michael Rowetzky was used. It was about the Slovak national uprising. And this text Michael wrote spoke about the fact that there was a problem with nationalism in my country, with right-wing populism, and he wrote that text in 2014, if I remember correctly. However, such movements, they grow slowly, and you know that something strange is happening, but suddenly we had this pandemic, and things that were lying dormant before suddenly resurfaced or surfaced and became really dangerous. And like Matej explained, in Slovakia, the new government, or this change, literally happened overnight. So art institutions have not been properly protected. Maybe it lacked proper structures to protect itself from those attacks, and that is most probably the biggest challenge for the future, that we have to protect ourselves and make sure that maybe things, or hopefully things, will improve again in Slovakia. So by all means, what we need is some sort of protection, the proper structures for art. Elisabeth? A follow-up question. Now, in this art struggle that is going on, this resistance, is that about different ideas about what national art should be like or could be? Yes. Let us say our minister has declared that she wants to have fun. She wants to enjoy art and events. That is what she said. The theater or art should not have anything to do with activism. That is what Matej said as well. It is like a wellness culture, if you will, that helps you to forget problems, to escape reality. So if I understand what she's saying correctly, she's saying everybody can be an artist, everything can be art or culture. Let me give you one example. Martina Šumkoviča, a painter. No, actually, the minister, excuse me, is also a painter. She paints pictures, let me put it like that. And together with friends, she organized an exhibition where her paintings were shown. So everybody can be an artist. So she's a painter now, and nobody now can say, what is art? So art can also mean that Martina Šimkoviča presents her portrait, a portrait that she has painted, so a self-portrait, and that is art. So, a different perspective, but still. Can you imagine that the struggle this fight that has been going on, and a lot of solidarity, unexpected solidarity, has arisen. Now, could that mean that the political situation will change? That is something I would very much wish for, of course. And at the moment, I'm not overly optimistic, because I do think everybody who lives in the Slovak Republic has become used to those waves. And now we are seeing a lot of despair, and sometimes we almost want to give in, but sometimes we come to understand that it is just up to us to change the situation and to fight for a change. And we all need to play our part here and contribute to this. And this big wave that, let us say, presented itself and came into existence in the summer is something I very much hope that this will go on. And well, let me put it like that. Martina Simkovichova has done a lot for art, if you will. Let me explain this. A dancer, for example, an independent dancer, Sonja Ferencikova, well, she's truly experimental, for example, in her dance performances, and she's the wife of a liberal politician. And what she's experiencing nowadays is a lot of aggression, violent comments, actually, towards her work. And politicians, for example, they took a brief video clip, a brief fragment of one of her avant-garde performances where she's all in sweat and all half naked, and nobody understands what this is about because it was fully taken out of context. And that is the narrative that we hear oftentimes today. It is about, well, people not understanding art, and there's a lot of resistance against independent art that people fail to understand. And this is very emotional for me because I truly appreciate her as an artist. She's a fellow artist. And this is so typical of what is going on. So people call her a stripper. And what I'm trying to say is people do not understand this kind of modern art, and our dance performances, all of these dancers involved, this is very rich, as it were, very diverse. People before did not know that there was contemporary dance in the Slovak Republic until that attack happened on this modern dancer. And suddenly everybody deals with contemporary dance because Robert Fico is showing it to people. And maybe for the first time, we see that suddenly a new interest in contemporary art is awakened in Slovakia. Jan, it seems to me, according to what you're telling about the Slovak Republic, there seems to be a lot of contempt shown for art, correct? So national art or seems to be in the focus. So the Minister of Culture organizes an exhibition where her own pictures are shown, her own paintings rather are shown. Now, I'm not an expert of the political situation in the Slovak Republic, but in Germany, I know what is happening. The there is hardly any theater director in Germany who does not describe himself or herself as left-wing, as being left-wing. So the question now that comes to my mind is it maybe not understandable that, let us say, when a new government comes to power and it is not a left-wing government, that they try to, let us say, fill some positions, let me say, with people who are more in line with their own political ideas. I'm sorry, but I don't understand the question. I'm not a native speaker. I'm really sorry. Now, once again, once art is government funded, is it not understandable that those that fund art, of course, expect that their own political ideas and beliefs are then being put on the stage of a theater or in a concert? And as long a left-wing government funds left-wing projects, that is okay, but once a right-wing government comes into power that funds right-wing projects, we have a problem with that. And of course, Hungary is the template for like-minded governments. All right, now, when I work as an artist, I do not think, or let me say, I know and understand that art cannot be not political, because it always works in a certain context that is embedded in society. And regardless of the fact whether this is left-wing or right-wing, I don't know any non-political or unpolitical artists. Do you know any? Well, non-political art? What is that? Maybe some comedies? Some light comedies? Well, of course, there are such traveling theater companies with productions like, I don't know, Hot Lover. So light comedies. But I do believe, and I'm convinced of the fact, that government should support art in order to enable art to be free, truly free and independent. And I really don't understand the question. Maybe I've been working as an independent artist too long, but I have a hard time imagining that this is the case. Maybe we should protect this art to a greater extent, because for us it's always been a matter of course that we were able or have been able to work independently as artists. The situation in the US has always been different. American artists always need sponsors, private sponsors. They don't have government funds. The situation is quite different, for example, in Russia. Of course, the head of the National Theatre in Moscow cannot organize or produce anything where Putin is criticized. So maybe we have been living in a bubble that has allowed us to be independent as artists. But the Slovak Republic and Hungary now show us that maybe the situation has changed. But I've always appreciated Europe as being a place where those cultural values have been upheld. It's our long cultural history that we've all had. And I simply worry that this is something that we're going to lose. That is something I worry about as an artist. Amina? So you work in many different countries, so I'm curious to learn about the experience you've made. Have you encountered any resistance to your work? So how have you experienced your work in Europe? Any responses like you know them from the Slovak Republic? Do you mean that I come from a country where Robert Fico is now in power? I'm not really sure what you mean. Or basically, do you mean your basic experience? No. Let me rephrase my question. Have you ever made the experience that elsewhere or in other countries people have responded critically to your art, or do you think other countries are simply more open to your independent art? Well, yes, of course, resistance like that is encountered everywhere, especially if you're not a traditional dancer or you don't give traditional performances. This is always, let us say, a bit of a controversy and a critical review and discourse, but maybe working abroad has liberated me. And I'm really grateful for an audience that is more prepared and more willing to, let us say, to deal with my work and with my performances. So different experience is what I've made. Any other questions? If that is not the case, thank you very much to you, ma'am. Thank you.
The next respondent is Boris Kalnoky. Please come up on stage. Boris Kalnoky is a journalist and author. Since 2020, he has been the head of the School for Media at the Matthias Corvinus Collegium in Budapest.
Guten Tag.
Hello. Please give us your full name. Boris Gregor Gisau Maria Kalnoky. Do you have any professional or personal relationship with any of the members of the jury? No. I would ask you to respond to our questions and participate in this fact-finding endeavor. Please tell us the truth. I will tell you the truth as far as I'm able to.
Boris Kalnoky,
you call yourself, you describe yourself as very close to the government. You at the Matthias Corvinus Collegium, you have said that critics have said that the Hungarian government has destroyed artistic freedom. I'm not friendly to the government. I'm not closely associated with the government. I support this government, but not. Why? Because I'm a member of the party, but because I see it as the best solution for my country. As a citizen of Hungary, I am of the firm conviction that the government has always been a better solution than the alternatives that we've had, and this has been true since they've taken over power. And I would say that in the run-up to the next elections. Thank you very much. I know more about media than I know about art. The Hungarian government always asks very pointed questions when it comes to European politics in all areas. They always question the meaning and the sensibility of something. Is it important, or does it make sense for us to allow millions of undocumented immigrants to come to Europe? Allow me to interrupt you very briefly. No, please let us stick with the topic. This is not the topic. No, I am in charge of these proceedings today, and please, we have rules of procedure that apply today. I think I thanked you for your introductory statement, and I would now like to give the floor to the jury for questions to you. And it would be great if you would address those questions. There's a reason that I was invited here to talk about art and media freedom. You have the opportunity to address those issues. Yes, when we're talking about art and media freedom, you have the basic question. Why do we believe in freedom of the media, freedom of sciences, scientific inquiry, freedom of expression, freedom of art? Why? Because we have the opinion that this freedom has made our civilization the best and the most successful in the history of humankind. Thank you very much. I would now like to call on Monika Mokre to pose her question to you. Mr. Kanoki, I'm just trying to answer your question about art and the destruction of art. Yes, these are the rules of procedure that we have all promised to uphold. Thank you. Yeah, I think you can probably continue in your statement. I wanted to ask about the freedom of artistic expression. You know this, but there are numerous rather direct attempts of the Hungarian government to exercise its influence on artistic and cultural institutions. The question that I'm most interested in here is exactly this. So if the Hungarian government is trying to take active, influential measures to determine who is the director, for example, in schools, for example, and they're trying to exercise their influence in that realm, does this serve the interests of arts and culture in a society and the cultural development of Hungary? Yeah, once again, why do you believe in freedom of artistic expression? Why is this important? Well, because this is where we see our humanity being reflected. This is where we become a society. And for that reason, we need critical artists. We need critical media. There is another very important function. We believe that the market will decide, and this is why we believe in freedom of opinion and all of these other freedoms, because these types of freedoms result in the best possible solution. With regard to the media and the arts, then it is also important for society as a whole to recognize itself in the art. So it's not just a liberal urban elite being reflected and being allowed to express their ideas and opinions, but we have to address this to a broader society. They have to be reflected in our art. If that's not the case, then there is a lack of interest in the media and in the arts. And people don't believe what is being presented and being reported. So I think it's important that everybody is represented. And we believe that the market will sort things out in the end. But if we have a situation where only one portion of society is represented, either in the media or the arts, then there will be initiatives that will try to fill this niche in the market with other types of opinions, with other content. But if the market is not functioning as it should, then we have only a very narrow minority of society that is allowed to express itself in media and in the arts. Then maybe we should work to correct that. This is, however, very taboo. I know this from media. Appointing people to positions in the media that espouse positions that are not necessarily left or liberal. This is something that is very taboo in the West, but there are a number of valid points that we should represent in the media, not just the left-wing cultural elite. Allow me to follow up, please. Are you advocating a diversity of art and culture for this reflection of our humanity to be possible for a broad swath of society.
Tatsächlich nur angenommen, es ist egal, Mehrheit der Bevölkerung, alle Kunstinstitutionen besetzt werden?
Or do you think that people should be appointed to lead these cultural institutions that come from the broadest parts of society? No, I think that this should come from the bottom. This should not be imposed from the top down.
Ja, danke. Vielleicht die nächste Frage, oder?
Next question, please. Amina, please. In Hungary, there is no artistic freedom. There is only censorship for unpopular art and artists. You're talking about artistic freedom. How do you see this chiming with the government, with what the government is actually doing? I only see progressive plays being performed in theater. It's not about progressive or other type of content. The idea that I'm trying to get at here is that the Hungarian government is eliminating or dismissing unpopular artists. No, no. Please allow the respondent to respond, and then we can move on to the next questions. Yes, what you're saying is not true. I don't know that much about the world of theater, but I know that there's been a redistribution of opinions and approaches in the theaters. I know the mayor of Budapest actually addressed this in a panel discussion. I believe that this is also online. He said that this was okay for him, that some theaters would present more conservative views and other theaters would present other types of views. So you are denying that the Hungarian government has exercised censorship and has removed its subsidies for arts. No, that's not the same thing. Censorship is when you ban certain speech, and that's not the same thing as removing funding. With regard to funding, we've just talked about this. Of course, art should be funded by the state because the arts and the media are part of the pre-political space. This is where opinions are being formed. And of course, all political movements are trying to exercise influence on this pre-political space, on the media and on the arts. All of the political parties of all stripes are trying to do this. And that's why we see these forces at work. From my point of view, you said that there was a lack of diversity in the world of theater. I received a letter from the audience, from Dr. Katharina Wagner, and I think that there is a pocket of resistance here from Bayreuth, but I know that the theater scene is rather leftist. Yes, I can follow what you're saying. You're saying that the state has to ensure a level playing field in arts institutions. Well, I'm a bit skeptical. I'm a bit older. I'm getting up in years. But if I'm in charge as the leader of the government, then I have to be very cautious that I'm only trying to create a level playing field. And if I look at what Viktor Orban has done in the last several years, then I see that this is not really what's happening, because we're all human. We are trying to tip the playing field in our favor. As the head of government, if I put people in positions of responsibility that give me the finger or whatever, then that's really requiring a lot from me.
Mit der staatlichen Förderung über jedenfalls längere Zeit das Problem, dass man es eben beim Ausgleich nicht lässt, sondern
as I said, at the end of the day, you want to have people in positions that agree with you. So you're trying to tip the playing field in your favor. You're asking me to speculate what the future holds. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case, actually. And I think that's the case because Mr. Orban's greatest skill lies in sensing what people want.
Keine Missbilligung,
Please, no catcalls from the audience. I can't explain it any other way.
bitte erneut um Ruhe.
Und ich bin überzeugt, dass die Ungarn
And I'm convinced
diktatorisches
that
System nicht dulden würden.
Hungarians would not tolerate a dictatorship. They would vote it out of office.
Ich will jetzt mit Ihnen nicht in Disput treten, aber
Well, I don't want to dispute what you're saying. This is almost a socialist argument. You're saying that there's the will of the people. And I wouldn't have expected that from you as a conservative. It's not the people, but the citizens. So we're not talking about socialism here.
Es wurde derzeit gerade ein
Miss Aziz.
Gesetzentwurf vorgelegt.
Right now, there is a draft legislation about transparency in public life.
Ja, es hat unterschiedliche Konsequenzen. Damit
And this has led to a number of consequences.
es Ehen
For
von
example,
Homosexuellen oder überhaupt homosexuelle Beziehungen geben darf. Die Pride Parade ist.
For example, having to do with homosexual activity, pride parades have been banned.
Halten Sie die von Ihnen so vermeintlich hochgehaltene Freiheit und Demokratie?
You said that freedom and democracy are extremely important and we must uphold them. Are they not endangered by these laws? But you're talking about transparency and pride. Those are two different things. Pride
Beginnen wir mit einer Nachricht.
begins with
Gestern, glaube ich, hat das höchste
some news. Yesterday, the Supreme Court of Hungary
Verbot aufgehoben, polizeiliches Verbot für
suspended a police prohibition on mini prides. There were 5 NGOs that wanted to hold a mini pride
Andrassy Boulevard
at the Andrassy Boulevard. The police banned those, prohibited those,
auf die neue Verfassungslage,
citing the new constitutional situation.
zwischen der Kinderschutz, also das Recht der Kinder,
And this was aimed at protecting children
seelische und körperliche Entwicklung.
in their psychological and physical development. And this is, of course, a very high priority. And the court actually suspended that prohibition. Why?
Aufruf nicht zu erkennen war,
Because in the call for a demonstration, there was no sign that there was any kind of sexuality that would be put on display,
tatsächlich die seelische Entwicklung von Kindern.
that this would somehow damage the psychological or physical development of children, for example, who were standing on the side of the road or watching it from their windows.
Des Entschlusses der Polizei nicht ausgeführt wurde, was denn genau die
And they also could not tell from the police statements what exactly would be so damaging to children
insofern
in holding these demonstrations. So I'm actually quite hopeful
differenzierte Entwicklung bekommen
that
werden,
we'll be able to see a more nuanced development in Hungary,
dass die Pride in Zukunft
that pride in future
schrill Sexualität
would not perhaps be so blatant in its sexual demonstrations, and then maybe heterosexual demonstrations, mass demonstrations,
krasserweise zur Schau gestellt werden würden, auch stören.
if those types of demonstrations were to be very pornographic in their depiction of homosexual sex, I think that should be forbidden as well. That would be problematic. So I think maybe they could be a little bit more restrained in advocating for their own rights without putting on such a show. Then I think the judicial system would ensure that their rights are upheld.
Kommen wir noch mal auf das
And it have to be a bit more civilized. So let's come to the law on transparency in public life. What is your position on that?
6. Dezember
On the 6th of December 2024,
stornierte das rumänische
the
Verfassungsgericht eine
Romanian Constitutional Court cancelled the results of the presidential election,
über Geld
saying that a foreign power had used its influence to influence the outcome of the election and had distorted the will of the election.
Der Europäische Gerichtshof
The
für
European
Menschenrechte sagte,
Court of Human Rights said
Zuständigkeit
that they were not responsible for this. I think if we had done this in Hungary, then the Commission would have had taken up a different position. They would have said that this is not a matter for national states.
öffentlichen Diskurs in europäischen Ländern zu einem politischen Hauptanliegen gemacht. Auch die deutsche Regierung
The
möchte
German government would also like to focus on these issues as well. In the text of the law, you have
der Europäischen Union. Es gibt
these formulations that are similar to in the European Declaration.
und in
I
Rumänien
think in Brussels and Romania, there's perhaps a great deal of Russian influence. And in Hungary, people are pointing to the United States as exercising their influence, or the European Union. Why? Because three things have happened in the last several years. 2023, an organization
den damaligen Spitzenkandidaten der Opposition, Marki Salpeter, in seinem Wahlkampf unterstützte,
supported Marki Salpeter in his candidacy. This was several $1 million from an NGO. And in the report, they outlined what exactly they could do with that money. And this was to the benefit of the free democratic forces. So it was a clear attempt to influence Hungarian domestic politics using American money. So this has been banned in Hungary since 1990. You cannot finance campaigns or political parties using foreign funding. And you have the Movement 99. This is another NGO that supported the Budapest mayor, György Garacso. And the bank actually called on the tax authorities, and this is not a bank that's under the influence of the government. They alerted the tax office and asked them to initiate investigation into money laundering. Apparently, they had paid small bills into a bank account, small euro bills, claiming that this was small-time donations. The bank said that none of the bills showed any traces of use, and they looked at the serial numbers of the bills. So there is a danger that perhaps money laundering is taking place and that the money had come from abroad in order to exercise influence on domestic politics. I think that this is something that we cannot tolerate, even according to the European Commission. This is what the law is aimed at. However,
es wird aufgeführt, dass das auch Medien betreffen kann.
The law also states that it can, of course, affect media outlets that take money from abroad and wish to participate in political discussions. Of course, all of the media outlets that I know want to exercise influence on the formation of political opinions. We want to have independent critical media. And independent media have protested against this, and they said that we could not even survive. Why? Well, it seems quite obviously that they are not independent, but rather dependent on foreign money. I am from the Springer Publishing House, and this is the only media outlet that is independent of foreign funding. One brief question, Monika Mokre. I will try to be brief. Maybe with a tie-in to what you just said. If the government correctly, as you say, believes that it should finance projects and institutions where they see that that makes sense, and if they do not allow funding from abroad, and thirdly, if we're looking for diversity, we're looking to achieve diversity. Well, the only answer that I find is that diversity must come from the market, from society. But the reason to fund the media and the arts is that this does not work in a market situation. It's not really a question. I understand your argument, but when I think of the brands that I quite like, or artists, Thomas Mann, Ernst Hemingway, Franz Kafka, for example, I don't know how many of them had received funding from the state. State funding opens the door for political influence. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Please take your seat again.
Als sechste Auskunftsperson bitte ich nun Valerie Divine.
The next respondent is Valerie Divine. Valerie is drag artist and Queen of Budapest.
Well, I cannot say that I'm not nervous, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello.
My first question is, could you tell us your full name?
Yes, my full name is, if you talk about the drag person, is Valerie Divine, but Farkas Szabolcs.
Okay. Do you have any personal or professional relations with the members of the jury?
No, as far as I know, not really.
Please tell us the truth.
Yes, I actually prepared it in the format of a speech, if you don't mind.
We have questions.
Yes, sorry?
We have questions prepared also. And we have this kind of performative.
Yeah, sure. Anytime you can interrupt me with a question. If that's okay.
And that is good because we had this.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay, so I'm very grateful if I may have some questions. Okay. So how do you experience the social, political, and cultural climate in Hungary? What about in Budapest?
Well, I can definitely say that it's gaining tension, not just within Hungary, but internationally as well, especially because of the latest laws that were introduced to Hungary, which I don't really believe that represent any kind of liberal way of thinking, which I myself really stand for, I have to say. And that's my overall opinion that development should be achieved in the near future because many LGBTQ plus members are threatened at the moment in Hungary.
Thank you very much for this opening statement. There is no reason to be nervous. Great.
Sure.
Do you allow me to pass the word to the jury? Are they allowed to make some questions too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please, Jan Fleischhauer.
Maybe you could explain a little more or go more into detail how these new laws you refer to are affecting your life or affecting your position as an artist.
Well, actually, I can say that drag itself is at the moment thriving in Hungary, in Budapest, and I can tell you that at the moment I'm almost a full-time drag queen in Hungary, so I do shows like as Drag Brunch, which never existed in Hungary before, so I was the one who started it. I do drag bingo events every single week, and I definitely believe... Sorry, what was again the question?
You mentioned the laws.
Oh, yes, the laws.
That
yes,
kind of have a suppressing character. So I'm just curious how these laws are affecting your life or your performances or your position as an artist.
Yes, maybe I would have needed a Berliner Luft for this conference, yeah. But anyways, actually I listed 3 of the laws. So far, fortunately, in a direct way, in my job as a drag queen, they haven't affected me. It's rather more difficult to deal with this mentally. So let me just, because I made a list of them. So first of all, the law of protecting children. This was actually accepted in 2021. And basically, the law says that it is strictly forbidden to showcase content to children under the age of 18 that includes sexuality in a self-serving way, the showcase of any kind of differentiation from one's born sex, changing sex, and homosexuality. And if anyone actually breaks these laws, the maximum fine they can get is actually 500 euros. And this money should be spent on protecting children, according to the government.
Can I ask you? I mean, if you're going like in your full drag,
yes,
out on the street, do you? Is it against the law now, or is it?
No, it is not against the law.
Okay.
And usually, whenever I go to a gig, I usually go by car. I use the taxi. But it is actually nothing like this. So you can go out on the streets like this, and many times I have already done it. So there is absolutely no problem with it. So actually this, as I wanted to continue, refers rather, for example, to education. So if a student would like to ask in a class a teacher about homosexuality or transgender people, basically like anything that covers the LGBTQ plus community. And if the teacher answers and if they find out, then the teacher can be fined or even fired, unfortunately. So this is like a direct, can be a direct result in education of this law.
Thank you. We have another question.
Yes.
Amina
Yes.
Aziz.
Thank you. You said that you are thriving and that the drag scene in Budapest is thriving, and but you also referred to these laws. So, and you said also that it's hard for you to like deal with this stuff mentally. So I wanted to ask you, how serious is the situation in Hungary? Is it maybe not that bad?
It's actually at the moment.
Is there real life repression?
No, actually, we are not repressed. And as a drag queen, I can say that so many places which are not gay places, so not particularly gay bars, I perform in. And actually, I can proudly say that that's actually one of my missions as well, to take drag to as many places as I can, to show it to people that this is entertainment and a form of art, because I always looked at drag as a form of art.
And you include in your answer also the situation of the LGBTIQ community, which is not that bad because the repressions, there are laws, but the repression in real life is not really there.
Actually, at the moment, fortunately, there are like I couldn't tell you any example of like a result to this, fortunately, and no physical attacks either. So to be honest with you, I definitely believe that the image of Hungary, what is projected on the news or in social media to Western Europe or like any other country, I think is little bit overreacted as well in a way. So I definitely can say that at the moment we can still survive, and we can still try to do our best what we can, and that's what I'm also trying to do.
Another question, Monika Mokrem.
Oh, yes.
Yes, please. Boris Kalnoky before said that the population of Hungary wants another culture, so to say, and that it makes sense to forbid leftist culture, but he also talked about the pride because the population wants it like that. Now you, on the other hand, say you have a lot of possibilities to perform. So how can we explain this difference in your perception of what Hungarians want?
Yeah, I can definitely argue that a really great deal of Hungarian society is really accepting, which makes me actually very happy, and a lot of us very happy. And actually, you need to imagine Budapest as like a bubble. So basically, I'm coming from the eastern part of Hungary, where you can still find a lot of poverty, unfortunately. I'm coming actually from the border of Slovakia, like on the north, and I moved to Budapest 11 years ago. But definitely I can say that the countryside, especially the east, is more conservative, and they are not well informed, unfortunately, and they can be manipulated by the propaganda on television, especially on the channel which belongs to the government, really easily, and unfortunately can be manipulated by money as well. For example, the retired people too. So this is how I can explain, yeah.
Yeah, just a short further. Do you also perform outside of Budapest in Hungary?
Yes, absolutely, and I'm so proud of this because I've been doing drag actually for 5 years now, and in this beautiful city in Vienna. By the way, oh my God, I didn't even look at the audience. Entschuldigung. So, hello, darlings. So. Yeah, so here in Vienna, in the Felix Bar, in the iconic Why Not, Also in Graz, I was invited already for the 3rd time, and in Czech Republic, in Prague, already 3 times, and for the first time ever, I was in Bratislava to perform. So I'm a really international queen.
And in Hungary, outside of Budapest, in other places in Hungary?
Yes, outside of Budapest a lot. I do a lot of birthday parties. I do a lot of... oh, hello, darling. Would you like me to go to your birthday party? So, and also a lot of bachelor parties, hen parties, and for my greatest pleasure, weddings as well, which I actually never expected. Even, for example, in a town, the very first wedding I did, which is very close to the ruling government, and it was an absolute success, and everyone loved it, so yeah.
Oh, there is another question, Elisabeth Bromfen, and then Aminas.
I have to admit, I'm puzzled now. I mean, I think it's
to be
great.
Nervous.
I think it's great. I just want to understand. So I was initially going to ask you, is the phenomena, when is queer LGBTQ repressed or not, is this an urban, rural problem? But if I understand you now, you are also, you have no experience of being cancelled in urban areas, in rural areas. So in fact, there is no cancelling regarding queer in Hungary.
As I mentioned, I didn't experience anything like this. And what I can definitely see is that the more difficulties we are facing in Hungary, the more people are getting enthusiastic about drag. And nowadays, actually, on social media, whenever, for example, there is a post about a current law or also about the Pride, many of the comments I'm actually reading that I have never been interested in this before or wanted to have any connection to the LGBTQ plus community, but I will go to the Pride just to show them that they cannot do whatever they want to do. So I can definitely feel, especially in Budapest, that Hungarian people are getting more and more supportive of not only of the drag queens, but the community itself.
So would you say that, in fact, a certain form of cancelling or forbidding things in relationship to LGBTQ has actually furthered your cause? Because the public is becoming more aware of it.
Well, actually, I can definitely say that it made me stronger, and it made me even more determined. A couple of years ago, when actually the law came out that you are not allowed to change your ID after a transition. Actually, I know about it that one of our group members committed, members committed suicide. And I was working at a bar where we also performed outside. And from the neighbor restaurant, a little girl with her parents came to me and she wanted to have a picture. And actually, we took the picture. The only problem was that only me and the little girl were on the picture. I was dressed in full pink, like a Barbie doll. And one of the waiters, with no intention of harm, put it on the Facebook page of the bar. And I think a journalist, saved it. And in the next couple of days, basically all the media that you can imagine that has connection to the government stated that this is perversion, and she dresses up to, corrupt this little girl and everything. And actually, the mother of the little girl took the picture about us. And that experience was actually harsh, and it really made me emotional for a couple of days, because I've been working very, very hard to reach what you can see right now. So this is not really easy to get into drag. But I can connect to your question in this way, that this experience also made me stronger and to show the world that this is art.
Another question from Amina Aziz.
Yes. You explained the situation in Hungary for the LGBTIQ community and also for the drag community is very much not that complicated. So I'm asking myself, in regards to international solidarity, for example, what exactly is your criticism of the Orban regime?
Well, I definitely believe that things should turn in a much more liberal way in the near future. If not, then I believe that maybe further laws, which could possibly, but let's hope for it that it will never happen, could forbid either drag performances, which really give hope at the moment, I can see on the people of Hungary, especially on my shows. So definitely my greatest criticism is just for them to wake up and first of all get information, because to do drag, it demands, I'm sorry,
Totally
a lot of
totally
emotional intelligence, and I can definitely see that these people lack this.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Thank you.
We have another question, Jan Fleischhauer.
So, to some extent, the laws of the government backfired because public support grew.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
what you're telling
exactly,
us.
exactly.
And you're looking great, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. That's yeah, thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you.
The question is?
I think that was a question.
That was a question. Okay. So do we have other questions?
What was the question?
The question was,
No,
the question really was, did it backfire or not? And I think we have understood that it has.
She said yes.
Yes. The answer to the question was, yeah, it 100% backfired.
Thank you. So it was my mistake. Thank you very much. Valerie Divine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Great.
I would like to thank all of the respondents for today.
Ich bedanke mich bei allen Auskunftspersonen und bitte nun Monika Mokre.
And I would like to ask Monika Mokre. Oh, the Council of the Republic. Yes, sorry, I forgot the Council of the Republic.
Ich bitte den Rat der Republik.
I would please like the members of the Republic of the Council of the Republic to present their questions. If you could please tell us who your question is directed to.
Frage richten möchten.
My name is Ben Schill.
My name is Ben Schill. I'm in the council. I have a question to Michal. Could you please come up on stage?
Sie haben davon gesprochen, dass
Warten Sie noch einen Augenblick.
Just give him a minute to come up here and come to the podium. Thank you so much.
Und jetzt bitte Ihre Frage.
Sie haben davon gesprochen, dass
So you
Vielfalt
talked about diversity
in Ihrem Land eigentlich aus der Kulturszene weggenommen worden. Jetzt
and that the cultural scene in your country is lacking in diversity. So against the backdrop of the Vienna Festival, we are looking to restore that. So where is the line where you're trying to reflect the diversity of society and a wide variety of opinions, or diversity in other ways? When you want to protect diversity here, and how do you decide whether to invite someone or to uninvite someone to a festival? Thank you very much for the question. I don't think the cultural ministry is there to create culture. They are to create a framework so that arts and culture can do their thing. We have cultural institutions, 30 of them in Slovakia, underneath the ministry, and they need professional leadership. We need people who understand what cultural management means, what a cultural institution needs, what the employees need, what kind of conditions have to be created in order for all of that to happen. It's not about left or right. It's about diversity, which is created automatically. Milan Kundera, for example, called this region, this is the greatest diversity in the smallest area of the world. We have so many minorities, dialects, languages, ethnic minorities. So we have diversity in our traditions, in our countries themselves. But if the state wants to support only one form of culture, then we miss out on this rainbow, this panoply of cultures. The state is not there to create this culture. It can be created on its own. In Slovakia, culture was actually wonderfully diverse and very vibrant. Our cultural scene, our theater landscape, music had achieved a great deal. And we saw this in just 1.5 years. How much can be destroyed? That is the major challenge that we face. We have the cultural landscape creating art and being funded in doing so, and our cultural landscape will thrive on its own. And our cultural minister can paint all the paintings that she wants to paint. That's fine by me. Are there any other questions? Perhaps? Maybe this question is directed to you. Please remain on stage for one more minute. Yes. See, there you go. Could you please introduce yourself very briefly? You said at the beginning that social media needed to be monitored more carefully. We know that these are controlled by algorithms. Why is it so difficult to do this? And who would control these algorithms? Who would be monitoring the social media? It's very difficult for me to hear you, but I understood. How could the social media be controlled and monitored more, particularly with the algorithms? Who would do that politically, socially? Who would be the watcher of all of the social media platforms? And I would like to contradict what my colleague from the Matthias Corvinus Institute said. There's an array of evidence with investigations that the Hungarian government influenced or attempted to influence the election campaign in Slovakia. There are millions of online ads that were aimed at influencing our elections. There were 7 interviews during the time where political advertising was actually banned in favor of Peter Pellegrini. And this was on the Hungarian state television. I'm talking about the state television broadcaster. This is not a public broadcaster. This is a media outlet for state propaganda. So you see that there is evidence for foreign influence on election campaigns in other countries. So with regard to social media, there are algorithms that are trying to incite mobbing violence. They need polarization. They need more divisions in society, and they support that trend. So anger is artificially stoked, and negative emotions are encouraged. This is hate speech that is promoted by tech oligarchs. And we know that truth needs more time to be validated. A lie is spread much faster than the truth can have its effect. How can we monitor social media? What are your suggestions? This would be very interesting to me. What are your ideas for monitoring social media? How would we control social media? The social media outlets, platforms are monopolies. For example, if they were like a supermarket, then they wouldn't be able to work because they are monopolies. They are allowed to do their thing. Very few, only a handful of people decide about the content that is spread widely. And on the European level, we need to grapple with this problem, because this is not a matter for each member state, for a state alone. People like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, for example, are gaining influence more and more on governments themselves. And there is an alliance of autocrats around the world. This is a global alliance. As Anne Applebaum has described very intelligently in a book, they don't have a common ideology, but they share economic interests. And they have worked to eliminate democracies around the world and to increase the number of autocracies. So we need to put a stop to this. Otherwise, we will not be able to express ourselves as freely as we are today on the stage. Thank you very much. Any more questions from the Council of the Republic? My question to Boris Kalnocki.
Boris Kalnocki, bitte schön.
Could you please explain to us why it's necessary to pass a law that requires that there are only two genders, namely man and a woman, male and female, just as Donald Trump is doing in the United States? I don't know if it's necessary, but there are two genders when babies are born at birth. That's what I say. This contradicts our scientific findings. Okay, that's your opinion. No, this is not my opinion. Fine. Is this a question? Any more questions? Please raise your hand. Could you please tell us who your question is directed to? Mate Dritschke. Thank you. My name is Christiane Ritter. I'm also part of the Council of the Republic. Just give him a moment, please, to take the stage.
Mate Dritschke, bitte.
Today, we've heard on several occasions that protection for cultural institutions is extremely important. And I'm saying that right now we see the example of Slovakia, but also we see this happening in Austria. The Wiener Festival narrowly missed losing its funding recently. My question is, how can we better protect cultural institutions? And how can we perhaps address that at the European level? This is a wonderful contribution, I think. My question is, what could we do within a particular country or within society to better protect these institutions?
I need translation. I think I can briefly summarize if this is okay. Is it okay?
Please.
Yeah. So the colleague said that the protection of culture and the arts is important in Slovakia as well as here, that even the Vienna Festival was in danger of losing financing due to the results of the elections. And the question now is, how could culture be better protected? She also mentioned this European initiative, but she would be especially interested on the national level, how to protect culture and the arts in a state on the national level.
First of all, I think from my point of view, it's very important to divide the ideological side of what's happening now and the manager side of what's happening now. And our local politicians are actually going both ways. I think the ideological is extremely difficult. And personally, I believe that state institutions that are paid by the taxes of the citizens should be managed by professionals with provable results. I don't really care whether the management, the new managements, if they are conservative or progressive, whatever their ideological world is, that is not important for the management position. That is important in positions of dramaturgs, curators, etc., who shape the soft part of the institution. I think that one of the reasons why we try to speak to Brussels and we need a legislation framework is because legislation can very hardly influence and shape these soft issues of the society, but they can definitely survive the respecting of law, the results of the institutions, which are not so difficult to, because it's numbers. You see numbers. If there is an institution financed by local government, but maybe also by European money, you can very easily see by number results of the new management compared to the old management, if the company is doing well, how well the public money is being spent, how well it's being managed. I think we should focus on this. It's like this is the starting position. And Slovakia, being a very young country, we are a very fragile country, of course. Our institutions are not as strong as institutions of older democracies like Germany, France, Austria, etc. We don't have for example, in the area of management, we don't have the tradition of arts and culture management. And because it's fragile and because it's young, it's very easy to destroy. So, of course, I was expressing my opinions on the ideological part also, but we should start with the Grund. We should start with the basics. We are speaking about management of state institutions which are publicly financed. And this is the first thing that we should judge. And during the conference that we just finished in Bratislava, we showed dozens of moments when the rule of law is being broken, when the laws are being broken. So if the new management has another idea of running the institutions, portraying more the traditional culture, whatever that means in case of Slovakia, focusing on certain parts of the history, it's very difficult to dispute, but we need management results. We need the respecting of law. And one of the greatest problems of our country is that the government is not respecting the law, the ministers are not respecting the law, their officers are not respecting the law. We should begin by this. And your question was very broad, so I apologize for a broad answer. I like to focus on the data. Sorry, it's over?
There's just 1 minute.
1 minute, okay. So what we are discussing with the colleagues, and we are agreeing on that, let's focus on the data. Let's focus on the numbers. Let's focus on the law. Because in some countries it's far right narratives, but in some parties it's far left narratives. Somewhere it's not united across the country. Like France is a huge country, and you see different regions with different tendencies inside. Plus, politicians always ride on the wave of the society, so if it's far-right narrative in politics, you can be sure that it comes from within the society. Let's fix our focus, our attention on the data, on the provable information, on numbers, and on the rule of law. I think in the field of culture, rule of law is being broken, and this is where the international cooperation, discussion is extremely important. I hope I answered.
Thank you. Danke. Thank you very much. Thank you. Aufgrund der fortgeschrittenen Zeit.
Because we are far along in our schedule, I would like to thank all of the respondents, and now I would like to ask Monika. Sorry, I have a request that I would like to enter into the proceedings, if you don't mind. I would like to ask Monika for the final statement. This is something that has to be dealt with before that. Could you submit your statement in writing? Please, Monika Mokre. It would really make sense. I'm sorry, we're running out of time.
Monika Mokre.
Monika Mokre.
Die Vorsitzende hat gesprochen.
The chair has spoken.
Ja. Vielen Dank.
Yes, thank you very much. We were to address 3 questions about this case, and I would like to go through these questions. I don't want to read them out, but I just want to touch on them very briefly. In the first point, we were wondering whether the dismissals of left-wing and liberal artists and artistic directors in the replacement of artists opposed to the state and strengthen management consciousness and infringement on artistic freedom. We think legally that freedom of art means that the state should not impede artistic creation. This means the freedom of art does not mean that artistic activities must be supported by the state and funded by the state.
Das wäre auch nicht durchführbar.
This would not be feasible.
Die Vorsitzende in ihrer Eröffnung darauf hingewiesen,
However, the chair pointed out in her opening speech that the right to defend artistic freedom also implies an obligation on the part of the state to enable the exercise of this freedom. We have heard a great deal about that in these statements today and in the questionings. For example, the question of protecting cultural institutions, etc. There was a ruling handed down in 2011 by the European Court of Human Rights on media freedom, and it said that the state has a positive obligation in sensitive sectors to create an administrative and legal framework that promotes pluralism. The judgment, Centro Europa and Di Stefano versus Italy, concerned audiovisual media. The Arts Freedom Initiative that we have, which focuses primarily on Slovakia and Hungary, plausibly argues that this must also apply to the arts sector. Against this backdrop, I would consider some of the legislative changes that we've observed in Hungary to be problematic, particularly for the freedom of the arts. I'm not a legal expert, but I'm a political scientist. It's very interesting to see the tensions when it comes to the definition of criminal defamation being materially expanded, publicity for LGBTIQA+ issues being restricted by law, and the fact that the disclosure of financial funding from abroad for NGOs. I would assume that this may entail violations of the law with regard to the issue of the freedom of art. From this perspective, I think we can argue that direct intervention by governments in the appointment of artistic positions should be legally restricted or prevented in order to create the conditions for the freedom of expression and freedom of artistic expression, as we saw in the cases of Hungary and Slovakia. Therefore, in summary to this question, I see here tension with the legal requirement of artistic freedom, not directly connected to the appointment of artistic positions, but rather with regard to the legal framework. The second key question is not about legality, but about legitimacy. The legitimacy of this interference. And I think these are two different things. Laws can be changed, of course, more or less at will in authoritarian regimes without making them legitimate. And of course, the question of legitimacy is the second question. Here I would like to begin with a fundamental question. As we've heard today, why does the state fund art in the first place? It is not a matter, of course, that taxpayer money is to be used to fund artistic activities. It could also be left to the free market. There is a ton of literature on this regarding cultural policy and cultural economics, but the common denominator of all of these is that art does something for society, makes a contribution not just for those who buy tickets, and is this service that is so important for democracy that it should not be left to private sponsors or private patrons. These services include, and I think you will agree with me, particularly those who are more on the conservative end of the spectrum, this serves the creation of collective identity. Today we've heard that there was a particularly important selection of a national bird. But collective identity, solidarity, loyalty is of central importance for democracies. Democracy means, amongst other things, that I accept majority decisions, even if I belong to the minority. And I can only do that if I have something in common, if I share traits, characteristics with the majority. That doesn't have to be a national identity. You could describe this differently. Collective identity can be generated because you live in a particular territory. This is also important when we're talking about societies that have integrated foreigners. You could also see this as being very inclusive and very diverse. You could be very clear that LGBTQ people belong to the society, or you can exclude them, of course, but that's not my point. My point is that the idea is that this is one of the services that arts and culture provide. And it's important here for us to discuss these definitions. politics is important because we're not always of the same opinion. And for that reason, we need rules of the game on how to grapple with a variety of opinions. One of the advantages of liberal democracy, I would say, is that the rules of the game are transparent and that everybody has the same freedom, ideally. And once again, art and culture play an important role. They justify the fact that they are financed by taxpayer money, and they also create space for these conflicts, for these discussions. It's a space that is political, but at the same time it allows for distance to be gained from day-to-day politics, a free space for debates and conflicts about social values. This function of art has been described as such for many centuries. Friedrich Schiller, in his text Die Schaubühne als moralische Anstalt, by Immanuel Kant, when he talks of disinterested pleasure, or Hegel when he talks about art creating a situation that offers opportunities, because it removes people from their everyday lives. The idea is to create a space that is outside of everyday life, and this is a very particular way of allowing for political discussion to take place. And if art and culture no longer creates or is allowed to create these spaces, their social function becomes very questionable. What we also heard, and I found this very interesting, that this is also perceived in society, not necessarily by people who are inclined to consume art, as we saw in the case of Slovakia. Art and culture also has this function of providing a framework for debate, also against the backdrop of politics. Who should govern us? Who should be amongst the governing people? Of course, we have a representative government. The voters vote for representatives, and if they're not happy with these representatives, then at the next election they select other people to represent them. And this works more or less well, as we know. But for this to function in a rational way, we need this political openness. And this political openness must open the floodgates, pave the way toward criticism of the government. And this is where arts and culture play a very important role, as we have already laid out. I found it also to be very interesting that Michael Horwetsky said that these debates are so interesting when we're talking about art and culture, and sometimes this is used to deflect from other problems that may be more important to other members of the society. I'm sorry, that was a rather extensive answer to that question, the question of whether or not the selection of artistic directors is legitimate, even though it's not legal. Now we come to the third question, whether or not the EU needs a European Cultural Freedom Act. The question entails the answer that the EU has no cultural policy competence. You have 1 more minute left in your statement. But there is the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, and there are 2 articles that are important. Respect for the arts and for diversity in the arts. And so it does have a certain competence in the European Union. These competences would not be expanded if there was a European Culture and Freedom Act. But an act would be important as a symbol. And sometimes symbolism can be just as important as facts on the ground. Oh, you could see this as a way to specify, make more material what is already in the European Charter of Human Rights. And it would show very clearly where the benchmarks lie for the government's approach to the arts. Please finish your sentence. So allow me to sum up. A Freedom Act is not necessarily important, but I believe it would be important. Thank you very much.
Nun zum Antrag, dem ich ebenfalls stattgebe wie der 2 vorigen.
Now we have received a motion. Amina, would you like to present this? Yes, I'd be happy to do that. I'm not really clear. Okay, so let me explain that, says the chair. Well, I'm not really sure of Valerie Devine's position. So, okay, you have prepared a speech. Apparently you prepared a speech and you were not given the opportunity to read out your speech. So maybe you want to present your speech.
You have 10 minutes for your speech if you want. If you want. If the audience wants.
Yes. You prepared a speech,
but you
right?
can also stay, if you want to stay with these blue
it's more than 10
crosses.
minutes.
Try to.
Yeah, you should have wanted, yes.
No,
fine.
just 10
so
minutes.
That's good.
Do it in your time.
If you want. It was the request of one of the jury meetings. Okay, so then, thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Sehen Sie, wir sind einfach ein...
Okay, so we're flexible. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the members of the jury, the audience, the respondents. We're going to start again at 3:30.
Please rise.
Bitte setzen Sie sich.
Please be seated.
Ich erkläre die
I now call to order our final session for this weekend. We're going to be beginning with the final statements that will review the subject matter from today from an antagonistic point of view. You will have realized it, unfortunately. Fortunately, a member of our jury has left us. Jan Fleischhauer had to leave our event today for family reasons. I would like to ask Ralf Schöllheimer to come up on stage. Ralf Schöllheimer is a political scientist, author, and is employed at the Matthias Corvinus Collegium in Budapest. He lives in Vienna and Budapest. So you have 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak today. I would like to have a round of applause, because then I could say that I got a round of applause from the wrong side, maybe at the end. Of course, I don't represent the conservative point of view, but maybe a reactionary side. I live in Vienna and Budapest, so I am living the Austrian and Hungarian dream. So I hope that you don't mind that at all. It's not really appropriate to criticize the organizer, and I'm not going to do this. Just the opposite. I think this is one of the few events where we try to have opposite points of view being presented, and that's what I think is so important in the discourse. Unfortunately, it seems here that the strategy, and here I'm talking about the left-wing strategy of cancel culture, is predominant here. I would like to add that I have a certain admiration for cancel culture. On the left-hand part of the aisle, you see that Antonio Gramsci has said the hegemony is very important. Politics is usually downstream from culture, not always, but usually. Who controls culture? Those who control culture. Where narratives are formed, they determine what can be said and what is not allowed to be said. And where whoever formulates whatever is socially acceptable has the upper hand. This event, of course, is no exception. If you had had more courage, then you might not have perhaps invited former members of the Red Army faction of the 2nd June movement, or Martin Sellner, or others. But that wasn't enough. Former members of the Red Army faction of the 2nd June movement must, at worst, fear critical articles in the press or in the Express by my colleague Bernhard Halzemeyer, and a short article by Robert Villacker, who was allowed to speak here last year, in an obscure right-wing medium. But there's simply no danger of being cancelled. I can sit down at a table with former terrorists financed by taxpayer money and philosophize about the future without having to worry about my job or my income. A German journalist can warn on public television that soccer players are wearing Christian symbols, and this could seduce young people to adopt Christian beliefs. As far as I know, these journalists would not have to fear being cancelled by the hordes of the Vatican. Greta Thunberg could talk about climate change and convert to anti-Semitism. What was the rainbow flag previously is now the Palestinian flag. Here, if I went out for a beer with Martin Sellner, or if I was sitting at a table next to him while he's drinking a beer, then, if I were to do that, then my private and professional life would be over. Of course, I can't name names here because of privacy laws, but there are countless examples of people who have lost their jobs. Or they had difficulties in their private lives because they were at a panel event that was unpopular. Why should we give people like this a platform? And of course, I do ascribe to that point of view, but allow me to add, in the political discourse of 2025, and I don't mean this in the positive or negative sense, the ideas of editorians, right-wingers, populists, and Trumpists play a much greater role than the nostalgia of former terror sympathizers. The RAF, the Second June movements, however they want to call themselves, they were very relevant in their time. But if you were to ask somebody below the age of 30 how much they know about the Red Army function or fraction or even the 1968 movement, of course, they would probably have no idea. I've been teaching at the university for 15 years now, and I can say, based on my experience, that these events maybe are very tangible for us, but for young people, they don't play a role at all. If you ask Martin Sellner, identitarians, for example, then they would probably give you an answer. So you may condemn the views of these movements. I do that myself, or you could reject them, perhaps. You could ignore them, but the fact is that, particularly amongst young people, that these ideas are perhaps gaining traction, and it might be interesting to hear from them. Anybody who's even suspected of having a close association with these movements may be targeted by the left. A media outlet that I write for is the most pro-Israel and pro-Jewish publication in Austria. They are very patriotic, and they have said that the state should actually focus on their own population. And to be suspected of fascism, unfortunately, is targeted. And Green MPs have even felt motivated to stop all financial support for the Express. Former President of the Republic, Heinz Fischer, of course, doesn't have to worry about this. He can accuse Jews of being guilty of anti-Semitism. Sorry? Do you have any questions? Of course, if you have any questions, you can pose them to me later. The same thing goes to the Austrian broadcasting system, where they like to report on alleged Israeli war crimes, but if Hamas opens fire on its own population, this is mentioned almost not at all. If I were to stand here and share posts from people who think that Jews use the blood of Christian children for obscure rituals, would you allow your children to attend a lecture of mine? Maybe, but probably not. The Economist, I don't want to name any names because if they can't not here to defend themselves, that's not fair, but he holds lectures every year at the university. They have no problems in spreading these ideas, but as a critic of neoliberalism, which is particularly popular on the left, of course, these people have nothing to fear from cancel culture. Günter Grass and Judith Butler can also indulge their hatred of Israel and anti-Semitism and have been awarded with professorships at elite American universities or Nobel Prizes. At the same time, Israeli national soccer team has to play its foreign matches abroad in Europe, in Debrecen in Eastern Hungary, because the safety of the players cannot be guaranteed in the cities of Western Europe. In other words, Jewish athletes in Europe are being cancelled due to a migration policy driven by the left. But it gets worse. Those who notice this grievance, this problem, are increasingly deprived of the opportunity to discuss these matters. A few weeks ago, in Italy, a so-called remigration summit was held. Of course, you may have your own opinion about remigration. You can support it, you can condemn it, for example, but it's become part of the discourse. And at the same time, we should not cancel people who wish to talk about it. The summit took place in Italy, but very few German-speaking speakers participated in it. Germany has other plans. For the first time since the fall of the Berlin Wall, Germans were banned from leaving their own country. The reason was that the participation of German citizens in this conference could damage Germany's reputation. Anyone who wants to ban all Germans from leaving the country could damage the country's reputation, would have to ban all flights and travel to Spain, particularly in Mallorca and Ibiza and the rest of the Adriatic. At the same time, for example, politicians like former Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock and former Economics Minister Robert Habeck should also be banned from leaving the country for life. Helene Fischer and Florian Silbereisen, I'm not too sure about those. Are borderline cases that would have to be examined in detail. The leftist cancel culture has evolved to the point where they no longer shy away from canceling the truth itself. If you look closely at the media coverage of Joe Biden's presidency over the last 4 years, you will realize that despite knowing better, the largely left-leaning journalistic class preferred to present a man suffering from dementia and cancer as being in top shape and in full position of his physical and mental powers, rather than admitting what everybody could see, who wanted to see it. Instead, they decided to cancel reality, as the alternative could have been a Donald Trump presidency. However, of course, this is what we've ended up with. As Abraham Lincoln once said, you can fool some of the people all of the time, all of the people some of the time, but not all of the people all of the time. The danger of cancel culture is exactly this. The topics that we wish to avoid cannot be driven from public discourse. For that reason, I would suggest that we examine the other side all the more. Thank you very much, Mr. Schornheimer. Thank you for your speech. Please take your seat.
Wir kommen zur zweiten Rede. Alma Sadic.
Alma Sadic, please.
Kommen Sie ans Rednerinnenpult.
Alma Sadic is a lawyer and politician. She was Federal Minister of Justice and is currently Deputy Party Leader of the Green Party and a member of the National Council.
Bitte, Alma Sadic. Sie haben 10 Minuten.
The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, participants. Now, of course, I could take the opposite position and explain why those who have been supposedly cancelled in a liberal democracy have every opportunity to spread their so-called cancelled opinion. I could also tell you that the algorithms of social media give much more space to the outrage than the opinions of the so-called media they criticize, and they are neither imprisoned for voicing their opinion, nor do they lose their job for it, even though it is very often claimed otherwise. According to a Harvard study, it is a fact that 99% of all cancel cases do not result in any job-related consequences, such as dismissal. I could also argue that the real attack on freedom of speech comes from authoritarian right-wing governments. If we look at Hungary or Slovakia, where licenses for radio stations are revoked or public broadcast stations are dissolved, and where people actually lose their job for having woke views, or the Don't Say Gay laws in the US, which prohibit schools from talking about homosexuality, putting forth the argument that this would protect children. But I dare taking a holistic approach, because if each side only insists on its own opinion and only speaks for the sake of speaking, there is no real discourse. And only real, honest, and sometimes tough discourse will bring us forward as a society. Helmut Schmidt, the German Chancellor, once said, a democracy in which there is no debate is not a democracy. And yes, as a society, we are in a phase of great upheaval, in a transition phase. A century ago, we had clear hierarchies that were often also enshrined in the law. Patriarchy, the class system, racial segregation. The US Declaration of Independence says, all men are created equal, but of course it only referred to white men. In Section 91 of the Austrian Civil Code, it says the man is the head of the family, and it took 164 years to repeal this sentence. And from the point of view of those in power, it used to be a stable system, an equilibrium. Then along came the 1960s, and which those centuries-old hierarchies were put into questions. The civil rights movement, feminism, the 1968 movement, later LGBTQ movement, etc. And some people wondered, why should the man be the head of the family? Why should homosexuality be legal? Now, what these groups have long demanded has largely become the law in many countries. However, we're just at the beginning of the road to equality, because laws can be changed more quickly than mentalities. The underlying power structures, the cultural codes, the unspoken rules remain in place and adapt much more slowly. When centuries-old hierarchies begin to crumble, a power vacuum is created. And this vacuum must be filled. But with what? And above all, how? And this is what makes everything so critical. And this battle is raging at all levels. The struggle as to what term to use in German for students, the gender neutral or the old masculine term. So the question is, who determines how we describe the world? In business, it is about diversity. Or are the Michaels and Peters of the world really better managers than women? Now, why do we perceive that this struggle today is insurmountable? The stronger and the more determined a rebellion against old structures is, the harsher the reaction of those whose stable world is shaken. The result is a cyclical process, a response and a counter-response. It's like a pendulum swinging. So groups that used to be marginalized are given new voices. And that is good because they want to be heard, but some representing the old system do not like that. The old representatives of the old order do not like that. And people, for example, say, or men's rights activists will say feminism destroys the family. Ethno-pluralists warn us that multiculturalism has failed, and traditionalists complain that gender ideology is poisoning our children. And this, in turn, provokes a counter-movement with more extreme offshoots on the other side. And this is very important, what I am going to say now. Right now, this is even aggravated by social media, because social responses are nowadays spread immediately and in real time. Something, or let's say, something that was slowly digested now happens almost instantly. And that means that social trends and developments become more intense and soon meet a response. And all of this is aggravated by algorithms, and the pendulum continues to swing to another high. Now the question is, can we find the balance really? Without this pendulum literally leading to an explosion, something we saw in the American Civil War, which was all about changes in power structures. Now, in the past, social change took decades. But now it is rapid-fire opinion cycles with massive swings of the pendulum in both directions. Now, the pendulum continues to swing, and this means that it will take longer to level out again. And those positions are also aggravated in the so-called echo chambers. In those echo chambers, it does not count who was right. The only thing that counts is how much agreement you have. And what is so risky about this is that being heard becomes more important than speaking the truth. Now, a free exchange of opinion is destroyed. It's destroyed by the idea that either you're right or you're cancelled, but there is nothing in between. What is the result? The moderate voices become silenced. Now, they get caught in between the fronts, and they are silent because they are afraid of a shitstorm, or they take extreme positions themselves. Now, What can we do and what do we have to do? What we call cancel culture today is not the cause of our social tensions, it is rather the symptom of a much deeper process. It is the expression of a struggle for new social norms. Who is allowed to speak? Who is heard? Who sets the standards? And this brings us to a crucial point. We need this debate. And that is exactly what we're doing right now. We're having this debate because how can a society find new, fairer rules if it doesn't talk about them, if there is no place to talk about it? How can we achieve a new equilibrium without also the uncomfortable voices being heard? It is not the silencing of one side, it's not shouting down the other side, but it is the difficult process of talking with each other, and that is what brings us along as a democracy. But this, of course, does not mean that we have to cheer every excess. There are clear boundaries, but this does not mean that we need to understand that we can neither shortcut nor avoid this process. Now, to come back to the question I asked before, what and how should this new power vacuum be filled with? Without a dialogue and without thinking back to our democratic values, we run the risk of shaping this transition only according to power relations. And that will lead us to an endless struggle, and the pendulum continues to swing between the extremes. In other words, who's on top today wants revenge tomorrow. So a vicious circle emerges. The US is a good example. After the perceived cancellation by the Democrats, Trump has now declared cancellation of every critical voice to be a matter of state. So if the power of the strongest is not the guiding principles, what is? Now, the good news is we already have these principles. It's the UN Charter of Human Rights that proclaims the dignity of every human being. It's our constitution that guarantees us equality before the law and freedom of expression. It's the European Charter of Fundamental Rights that protects artistic and academic freedom. And on the basis of these values and principles, we need to continue this dialogue and establish a new equilibrium. Dear participants, we're now living in one of the most exciting but difficult times of democracy, the transition to true equality. It is chaotic, sometimes unfair, maybe even exaggerated, but that is the price we have to pay for a fairer society. Thank you very much.
Ich bitte nun knapp vor Ende unserer Untersuchung.
Now, before we come to the end of our endeavor today, I would like to ask each and every member of the jury to present conclusions in a final statement based on what you have heard today. You have 10 minutes each. I would like to ask Elisabeth Bronfen to approach the lectern and give us her final comments.
Also Schlussstriche.
Well, it's always difficult to sum up because we've heard so many opposing views. And I've had to ascertain that our discussions have become more and more complex in the process of our discussions. And that's exactly the point. We want to break down these complexities and, of course, try to give them space in this forum. I would like to touch on 3 points primarily. In my introductory speech, it feels like it was 5 months ago, but it was only 3 days ago. I tried to make a difference between the political censorship with very clear consequences under criminal law and canceling. And here I would like to review what we have heard, but maybe this is the idea of symptom. Cancel culture is a cultural process, I would call it. Unlike political censorship, it means that everybody has the right to say what they want. They have that permission to do so. And that is important for me to say here in this forum. And of course, we have to deal with the politics of outrage and emotion. This also plays an important role. This is, as I said, characteristic of emotions. This is something that I heard quite a bit, and that's why I always ask the question, what happened, what does that mean? And this is often engendered feelings of powerlessness. This is often the case in a world that we see that is undergoing transitions that is very complex, and oftentimes we feel very disoriented, very discombobulated even. So this is something that is of great concern to me. Cancel culture is tied to the feeling that we don't have trust in institutions. This means that our attitude is such that I'm speaking because I have no one who can speak on my behalf, or I don't have the trust that other people will be able to speak on my behalf. I've lost this trust, in fact. That means that we have this idea of suspicion. We've talked a lot about conspiracy theories, etc. And once again, we are finding ourselves in a culture of suspicion. You're suspicious of people that may speak on your behalf and that they may, or they should not, or are not able to decide on my fate. This is something that we have heard throughout this event. And the second aspect, particularly when we're talking about cultural symptoms, I thought this was very clear that cancel culture is a kind of game. And this has a lot to do with attention, symbolic attention, as well as monetary or monetized attention. Those people who are suffering from being canceled, this is something that we talked about a great deal yesterday, that at times they're able to sell even more books, and sometimes even they are able to sell even more tickets, etc., and earn even more money. All of these questions about attention and influence, for example, are relevant. And this idea of the impact or relevance is not something you can calculate on or you can count on going in. I found this actually extremely interesting today. And I actually found today very optimistic, particularly when we're talking about censorship and an opposite sympathy that actually brings about just the opposite of what was intended. Yes, thank you very much. Amina usually emphasized the idea of consequences as opposed to being cancelled. And I thank you for that. It's not about canceling and recanceling, for example. It's not about talking about that. And it's not that they necessarily entail consequences, but I think we have to take a step further in our thought process. Maybe on social media we should think twice before we post something or say something on social media. If I say something, then I have to shoulder the responsibility for what I have said. That has to be at the forefront of my mind, and you have to be prepared to accept the consequences. So this is something you should reflect on ahead of time, and you should then accept those consequences. As I said, responsibility is another issue that I think we've touched on quite a bit during this event. And we talk about consequences, responsibility, assuming responsibility, for instance. And when we take those ideas seriously, there must be an awareness of what we are doing, particularly when you participate in a debate and what you're aiming at. And you have to accept what kind of consequences this may entail for you. Not just thinking about who this may offend or hurt, but maybe this may backfire on you or boomerang on you, and you have to be willing to accept that responsibility. Thirdly, of course, I would like to bow to the law, and I would like to underscore how important the law is, as opposed to opinion. I'm a very big fan of Shoshana Feldman. She wrote a wonderful book and has demonstrated how difficult and how necessary it is to address problematic questions. And she does this using traditional stories that have to be decided on by law. You have to trust the law. Maybe you don't like this judge or that judge, or maybe you may question certain decisions that were handed down and were not what you expected, but the court of law is the place where judgments are to be rendered. This is extremely important. This is the place where we decide who is guilty and who is not. It's not often enough to say guilty or innocent, and yet it's important for us to hold fast to those principles, because if we abandon the law, then it would be very difficult to understand guilty and innocent and to talk about rendering a judgment. And this, as I said, is presented as an opposite to our cancel culture. When we're talking about cancel culture, these are suppositions, these are assumptions. Alleged, for example. If you say alleged murderer, we don't know who that's supposed to be, but if you say alleged, for example, then it means that this is yet to be proven. So this means that the judgment that you're making, and sometimes judgments are important, but the judgment you're making has to also entail a certain understanding. And for that reason, I think this is very important to underscore the role of the court of law as a forum for decision-making, as an antidote, so to speak, to social media and cancel culture.
Ich darf Amina Aziz bitten. Sie haben 10 Minuten.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank auch nochmal an meine Kollegen.
Thank you very much to my colleagues. Now, I do believe that yesterday or the day before yesterday, I almost said it all, but a lot has happened since then, and a lot has been said, so therefore I want to add a bit to what I said. Elizabeth said that I prefer the term consequence. Let me tell you why. Well, here we're not speaking out of context about canceling or to cancel somebody, not to cancel somebody, how to tolerate an opinion. And the motto of the Congress was the culture wars. Some people say they don't fight this war. That is what the right says. However, the so-called culture war, of course, has an impact on our lives. So when we talk about opinions, then we pretend as if we were just to tolerate opinions, but that is not what it's about. Okay, opinions, we can all tolerate opinions. When somebody, for example, makes a racist remark vis-a-vis me, or about me, rather, that's something I can tolerate, okay, and just ignore it. But if a racist law is passed, that is not just an opinion. Let me remind you of the fact that the German election debate focused only on migration. So it was a vote on migration, even though many other problems exist, such as high rents, etc. So opinions are biased, as it were, statements, and scientific know-how is not needed at all in this context. Science is never finite, it is unlimited. The findings of science are not terminated. They continue to be reviewed and investigated and defined, but still, we have preliminary results that we can adhere to, and this is my appeal to all of us. We should get away from the fact that opinions want to be heard, and we should rather ask ourselves who is competent enough to actually say something about a topic, who's qualified as an expert, if you will, to say something about a topic, and then probably illegal migration, and that would have been a conclusion we would have drawn, is not the EU's most serious problem, but people in Austria and Germany have other problems, and which, of course, I'm not trying to say that we cannot discuss migration, but not continuously in all the media. And this is, of course, also an appeal that goes to journalists. And I do believe we should be critical of the fact. Let us say, there's one group of people who say, well, of course, we do not want Nazis to have a platform or a forum, but we've reached a point where they cannot be ignored. Of course, you know, AfD representatives have to be invited to talk shows because they are one of the major parties in Germany. At the same time, we see the problem that also on public radio and television, they are non-profit. And like social media, of course, they want high viewer numbers. So this is why they try to be provocative to increase the number of viewers. And therefore, journalists very often do not make a distinction between truth or half-truth or non-truth. And they very often fail to correct things that were not right. And so we as journalists have to do our jobs better, which is to say certain information we get, information presented to us, how do we go about them? We need to do our research properly, know the facts, and then, of course, we are in a position to handle that information appropriately. Also, I would like to say that those opinions can actually result in laws being passed. In Bavaria, for example, there was a prohibition on gendering. Just imagine that after many years, really, of protesting literally against gender-neutral language, and they think that they have been prohibited of speaking the way they wish, they themselves now have imposed prohibitions. And that is really a right-wing strategy, and we need to identify this and really point our finger, put our finger on this. And this is really how we can literally rip off the masks, as it were. Similarly, it is a strategy. For example, if let us say, right-wing philosopher is put on the equal footing as a climate change activist, that is also a right-wing strategy. And of course, you do not have to agree with the climate activist, but still, she's far from being the same as a right-wing, extreme right-wing philosopher. Now, how can we manage to get away from this profit-oriented approach as put forward by the social media, whether it is right-wing influence or Islamistic influence? What we need is certain corrections. It's teachers at schools. They cannot be the only ones to counter these half-truth. And also, it is not sufficient to talk about this left-wing cancel culture. Certainly not. Rather, we should get to a scientific discussion. And remember, there are fundamental problems that many people in countries all over the world face, and we cannot turn a blind eye when people from the Slovak Republic tell us that they are being dismissed just because they say critical opinions, if you will. And laws are passed quickly, a lot more quickly than we can have a look at the ideologies behind that. And we cannot deny that these opinions that are constantly being voiced have an impact on our lives. So therefore, we should arrive at a neutral debate, distance ourselves from the cancel culture, and of course, the political enemy is the Nazis. It is the extreme right wing, no doubt about this. We should identify the enemy and also know how much money these people have. President Trump, for example, he had a lot of power before when he was a rich businessman, but now the power he has is a lot more powerful, if you will. It is different. Now, the strategy the right has been using is to have members appointed to parliament, and the structures of our balance of power is going to be destroyed. That is their ultimate goal. And this is why I would like to have a neutral debate, and we should get away from following the profit. Thank you very much, Amina. Monika Mogre, you're up next.
Yes, thank you very much. Of course, it is a daunting task going third after my predecessors. And of course, it is also a daunting task that we have as a jury to come to a decision. But as a sociologist, of course, we always have the privilege of never fully answering a question, of course. I am an old white academic with a secure job. I live in a country and a city that are both very safe, particularly when it comes to danger to life, limb, or property, and also is acceptably socially, even if that safety is on the wane. But I think based on this position, I can say that I found the format of this Congress to be extremely fruitful for myself. And I think it is generally productive for people like me. Listen to other positions and we can address them, and we don't isolate ourselves in silos to avoid them. I assume that I share this position with many of you in the room, and maybe I don't share many of the positions also in the room. I think certain aspects are reasonable. For example, people who are living in Gaza. For example, people who have relatives there who have died. People, for example, who lost members of the family on the 7th of October. People who live in Ukraine, for example. Other people who have lost their jobs or even seen their careers derailed. They are in a very different position. At the same time, when we're talking about cancel culture and who is allowed to speak and when, I think we should also take into account what Milo Rau said in his opening remarks. We need to create space for those who have always been cancelled, for those who have never had any space to speak. In order to achieve that, it may be necessary to remove this space from others so that other people are given space. I know I'm going to be speaking for a full 10 minutes, but otherwise I would be happy to give some of my space to others who have been cancelled. I think this applies to many of the topics we've discussed this weekend. Sometimes it's not quite clear who has always been subject to cancelling. Of course, you always have to look at very specific definitions about who represents a minority position, what that represents, and whether these persons have been allowed to speak. I have a criticism, and this is the only one I have for this Congress. In the first part, when we were talking about the Gaza conflict, a very important position was lacking. For example, the clear representation of a post-colonial anti-imperialist stance, which places what is happening in Gaza in the history of the region, and particularly the history of the Palestinians since the Nakba. From this point of view, I think, particularly when we meet later as a jury, we should look at this key question from the first part of the Congress, particularly whether or not the term genocide is propagandistic. But not only that, but maybe also ask whether it is propagandistic and inhuman not to use that term, because speaking and silence both can be an imposition. Because I think that we all know that what we can take, but we don't know what is inappropriate or unacceptable for others. And I think this applies to other events as well as for the Vienna Festival. And we're talking about the Free Republic of Vienna, which is dedicated to the provocative publication of social conflicts and marginalized positions. These are things that we should consider. I'm a member of the Council of the Republic, and in this capacity, as a member of the working group, we have drafted a paper which we plan to present next week. We should avoid canceling, first of all, and secondly, this is not always possible, and if this is necessary, then we need a very clear process. We should avoid cancel culture, of course, but of course this is not only due to certain procedures, but this basically has to do with the foundational principles of the Free Republic of Vienna. So we thought of this as an introduction to this paper. The Vienna Festival Free Republic of Vienna sees itself as both aesthetically and politically radical. It initiates public debates and participates with them in clear positions. Diverse perspectives are intended to open up a view of different artistic and social practices. Calls for refusals or invitations, therefore, represent a particular challenge for the Vienna Festival. The clear rejection of hegemonic and often invisible forms of exclusion should not lead to new forms of exclusion, no matter under which political auspices they are demanded. At the same time, the Vienna Festival wishes to open up a space in which people of various origins, class, gender, and with diverse needs can develop and present themselves as part of the production or as part of the audience. This requires sensitivity that may make it necessary to refrain implicitly or explicitly from marginalizing positions. End of quote. There's an additional problem that we have seen in the debates this weekend is that it's not just about interpreting facts, but actually the facts themselves. And this is even more difficult to engage in dialogue. You can, of course, interpret the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine differently and speak about it from different positions. But you cannot have diametrically opposed views on the Maidan revolution. But there must be a willingness to engage in a very detailed debate. What we've also seen is that a willingness to speak here is not always synonymous with a willingness to engage in a dialogue with this format. Milo Rau touched on this yesterday, referring to the opening event. And yesterday, I had a very brief conflict with Volker Beck, who said that the United States should be blocking their payments to the UN, or he actually denied that he had said it, and actually he had said that. And this was about Albanese. But this kind of discussion, this strange conflict, was not moving our cause forward, or the debate forward. Never mind. But in my position, as I've described, nobody is going to silence me. I should be able to listen to other people, and I should be allowed to discontinue contact with a person, for example, even if it's a very important topic to me. And this is also something that Mr. Welz talked about perhaps discontinuing contact with a person. I think I've basically outlined my position on this issue, but what this specifically means is another issue, and I'm very much looking forward to our discussion, and I'm very interested to hear what the Council of the Republic has to say.
Now, the time has come for the jury to make its decision and submit its recommendations. Now, I'm now going to present all the questions. I'm going to hand them out, and then I'm going to ask you to answer those questions, either yes or no, in closed deliberations, and you have 1 hour to do so. The vote does not have to be unanimous. A question is considered approved if at least 3 of the 4, well, jury members now vote in favor. The discussion must continue until a majority of 3 to 4 votes has reached, and Jan has deposited a sealed envelope, so I already know how he has voted. Well, the first session was entitled Freedom of Expression or Incitement, Cancelling Polarization and Freedom of Speech in the Face of the War in Gaza. The key questions for our first sessions were: question 1, are genocide propagandistic, or is that usable? Question number 2, when we talk about Israel or Palestine and Gaza, is that subject to such strong political constraints that freedom of expression, including by state authorities, is restricted in a manner that violates fundamental rights? Well, 2b, in Austria, are pro-Palestinian voices silenced in order to be able to disrupt the attention that the topic should receive. Question number 3. Now, as Austria, as countries that have perpetrated crimes against Jews, should Austria and Germany exercise particular vigilance in their dealings with Israel and toward anti-Semitic aspects of criticism of Israel government's policy, such that voices of boycott campaigns such as BDS and comparable positions have no place in publicly funded art institutions? Now, in the second case, in the second meeting, we discussed the following question: the case of Ulrike Guerrero, cancelled by the left. The following questions were had to be answered. Now, can opinions of professors and other academic university staff be a reason to terminate an employment relationship, especially if there is a political content to the question? Question number 2. Did Ulrike Guerrero deliberately or intentionally misrepresent facts to support a political decision? Question 2b. Did Ulrike Guerrero engage in pro-Russian propaganda? Question number 3. Was Ulrike Guerrero treated unfairly? Was she cancelled by the media and finally let go? And the third and final case we heard on Sunday afternoon dealt with attacks on artistic freedom cancelled by the right. The jury will be presented with the following key questions. Question number 1. Is the dismissal of left-wing and liberal artists and also artistic directors and their replacement by artists who are affiliated to the state, for example, those who strengthen national consciousness and interference with artistic freedom? Now, question number 2. Does the state, due to funding art and cultural institutions, have the right to participate in the selection of artistic directors, etc., so that, for example, the replacement of artistic directors following a change of government is a legitimate process? And question number 3. The European Union does not have a competence when it comes to cultural policies. This is the responsibility of the member states. Is the European Cultural Freedom Act necessary to protect artists in the member states against authoritarian threats? Now, could you please explain your answer as fully as possible, in as much detail as possible, and add further recommendations where this is necessary? Thank you very much. I hereby declare the final session closed, and the jury will now retire for deliberations, and the hearing will presumably be resumed at 5:15.
Hello. Yep. Before the
jury comes together to announce its decision, we still have one final speaker for the weekend. She will summarize everything that we've seen and heard this weekend. I would like to ask Olga Flaum to please come up to the lectern. Olga Flaum is a member of the Council of the Republic of the Vienna Festival. She is a political scientist, and she's a trainer for gender diversity and generational management, as well as a member of the Ministry of Artists Association. Thank you very much, Olga Flaum. You have 30 minutes allotted speaking time. Thank you very much. First of all, yes, it will be a summary, and yes, I will be reading out the questions. Maybe you could see this as my contribution to sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience here, those following online, jury members, Council of the Republic, speakers, colleagues, and all interested parties. This was a long weekend, but above all, it was an exciting, and enriching, and informative time we've had here. I'm sure that this discourse, the contributions, the discussions, and the debates didn't make just me sweat. And they were not always easy to tolerate. After all the voices that you've heard so far, it is now my job at the end of this weekend to guide you through the last few days and give you an overview of what has been said and experienced. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank all of those who served as respondents, opening speakers, closing speakers, but an even greater thank you goes out to everyone who has been involved in the Congress format and dialogue from the get-go. My gratitude also goes out to the chair, the vice chair, and the assistants for enforcing the rules of procedure, sometimes when using your gavel. But before I begin with the overview, I would like all of you to take part in an exercise. We all have not only prejudices, but also sometimes preconceived opinions, thoughts, and have reached well-founded or perhaps in some cases unfounded conclusions. What? Maybe you don't agree with me entirely. You see? Here we are. And there you have it. We haven't even talked about milk and coffee or even gendering. And of course, we haven't talked about all of these very complex issues that we have laid out before you today. But back to the task at hand. I would like to invite you to reflect with me on our brief journey through the first Vienna Congress weekend. When have you cancelled opinions of speakers, questions of the jury or the council in advance? When have you cancelled them afterwards? And how often have you done that? Are you cancel-free? I'm very curious to see what conclusion we arrive at when we open ourselves up to reflection. But I'm not up here to chat or deliver a fiery speech, but to give you a summary of what took place this weekend as a Congress observer on the specific key questions and to see whether these could be answered. You may have to forgive me. I am not always perfectly free of bias, and I'm not always perfectly succinct and clear. Allow me to add that after yesterday, I have been here as an observer, an individual voice of the Council of the Republic, and not as a scholar. When Milo Rau appealed to the Congress with the words, "Let us spend the next several days dealing with deliberate misunderstandings, strategic non-listening, ridicule, contempt, and anger," this hope was already put to the test on the first evening and showed very clearly how difficult and painful it is to listen and to accept open spaces for discourse. At the beginning, Elisabeth Bronfen introduced us to the historical roots of the concept of canceling. She showed how the term has evolved from the American Civil Rights Movement to the political correctness movement of the 1970s to an instrument of today's attention economy. Matthias Medet's opening speech, quote, "The patriarchy must cancel, kill, capture, oppress, or terrorize to stay alive," received applause. And Ulf Poschart's explanation that he actually believes in cancel culture. For him, cancel culture is a sales platform. And now let us get to the three cases. The first case revolved around three central questions, which you've already heard. Are genocide and attempted genocide permissible terms for the actions of the Israeli armed forces? Is speaking about Israel, Palestine, and Gaza subject to political constraints? And do Germany and Austria, as perpetrator countries, have a special responsibility when dealing with the issue of Israel? Shura Hashimi from Amnesty International explained the position of our organization on the concept of genocide. Amnesty had been working on a report for almost a year and had begun an open-ended investigation into the Israeli acts of war. This is 1 year. That is 365 days of examining facts, consulting with legal experts, analyzing satellite images, conducting many interviews and discussions with experts. The most important aspect is that this report must make a central contribution to the ceasefire. Her answer is that the term is not only permissible, but also required under international law. States have a duty to prevent genocide, and they have failed in this respect. For Volker Beck, the president of the German-Israeli Society, in his statement, and according to critics of anti-Israeli forces, the term genocide is too important to be used in a facile manner. He posed the counter-question, why do we need the accusation of genocide? And he referred to the origin of the term by Raphael Lemkin in 1945 as a response to the Shoah. Especially with regard to Israel, this term should only be used after careful consideration. His answer to the first key question was unambiguous. The term is problematic and should be left to the court to decide. Hamza Houdidi, a Palestinian peace and human rights activist born and raised in the Gaza Strip, reported on the current terrible situation, on the protests against Hamas before the 7th of October, and sharply criticized the Israeli government. The majority of people living in Gaza do not want to see Hamas featuring in their future. We are tired of Hamas, she said emphatically. He said emphatically in Hamza's interview. During his questioning, it was clear that there's much suffering on the ground. This is not just an academic debate about concepts, but above all about people caught in the maelstrom of war. Klaus Leder reported from Berlin, where, as Senator for Culture, he'd heard opinions from Jewish people after the 7th of October. They had suddenly felt unsafe, not just physically, but also in their own political circles. He spoke of the, quote, breakdown of friendships and deeply traumatic experiences for many Jewish people in Berlin. He advocated vigilance and critical thinking when it comes to anti-Semitism and emphasized that the term genocide should be used with extreme caution when referring to Israel. Although he would be willing to engage in dialogue, he usually takes up a clear position. And most of the time, usually that was enough for him. A clear positioning, clear opposition, and clear debate was important, he said. Sashi Turkov, she told us about her first day at university when a professor told her that Zionism was actually terrible for Jews and that all Jews should not support Israel. She stated very clearly that we should not use terms such as these or hold opinions without questioning them. Anti-Semitism has also rapidly risen in prevalence against the backdrop of October the 7th and intensity of those events. Yet the classification of good and evil leads to the blindness of this critical confrontation on both sides. The war must come to an end. This is what the Israeli people want as well, says Sashi. And we heard from Najwa Duchta from Standing Together Vienna and Lisa Machainer from Doctors Without Borders. Najwa talked about her work in a Jewish Arab peace group. For her, it was about a just peace. Not simply the absence of war, but justice for all those involved. She took a differentiated, nuanced position on the key questions. BDS can be a means of nonviolent activism and is legitimate in principle, but individual campaigns must be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Lisa Machainer spent 9 months on the ground in Gaza. On a daily basis, she had to deal with managing the absence, the scarcity of everything, something that she described as systematic, man-made. She had never experienced such an intensity in combat operations. She had lost 11 colleagues and now 400 humanitarian aid workers. And she said that it was not what she signed up for. She wants to help, and that every life lost was one too many. Her answer to the first question, I quote, "What we are seeing on the ground is in line with what renowned legal experts and human rights organizations such as Amnesty International have found, that genocide is indeed taking place." So, interim conclusion with regard to the first case. Well, we didn't receive any simple answers to those questions, but they did reveal the complexity of the problem. The second case revolved around three central questions. Are publicly expressed opinions by professors a reason for termination or dismissal? Did Ulrike Gero deliberately or negligently use facts in an incorrect manner and engage in pro-Russian propaganda? And was Ulrike Gero unjustly publicly defamed, cancelled by the media, and then finally dismissed? Ulrike Gero herself recalled the facts of the case. The Bonn Labor Court had dismissed the allegations of plagiarism as minor. Instead, she was faced with the accusation of fraudulent misrepresentation of facts with regard to 9 out of 10,000 text pages submitted. She sees herself as the victim of a systematic campaign. The accusations of plagiarism came to the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung newspaper by chance after she had said a few things about Russia on June 2nd, 2022. As a political scientist and citizen, she said that she had the right and the duty to speak out publicly. She did not waive her rights as a citizen when she joined the university faculty, and yes, she was cancelled because she held opinions that clashed with those of mainstream society. Fabian Albrecht, a student at the Bonn University, defended the unanimously passed resolution of the student parliament against Gero, which was in response to his motion. It was not about political opinions, he said, but about the fact that a professor made public statements on issues that she was unqualified to make based on her scholarly resume. The freedom of scientific inquiry only applies when scientific facts are used as a basis for argument, and freedom of opinion is not sufficient for factual discussions. What took place is not tantamount to cancelling in his opinion, but these were reactions to her statements, and no one is entitled to be heard in the media. Heike Egner herself, affected by a dismissal as a university professor, spoke of a systematic campaign. Professor dismissals had been on the rise since 2018. Her study of 60 cases shows patterns. Women and people who are the first in the family to graduate from university are disproportionately affected. This is universities are casting about for reasons for dismissal. In 9 of 60 cases, the actual reason was an unpleasant expressions of opinion and not plagiarism, poor teaching, or bullying. Ina Shevchenko began with the words, "I am a peace activist, and I believe in peace. And I fiercely believe in freedom of speech. The right to speak is universal. The right to be taken seriously, however, is not. It must be earned." Academics not only have a scholarly responsibility, but they shape the narrative. And Ulrike Gero's statements and opinions are propaganda from the Kremlin. Freedom is always taken away, and you have to fight to bring it back. Harry Lehmann, who had found the Congress very interesting up to that point, but he wished to see a little bit more of a reflective distance from the topic. He explained that cancel culture was a symptom of the, quote, politicization of institutions. Through the digital media transformation, universities were switching from the, quote, code of science to the code of political communication, and were therefore becoming ideology machines. He described a group polarization process in which positions were shifting to the radical polar opposites, because moderate opposites give the impression that do not really represent the values of the group. His suggestion, we need to separate scholarly communication from political communication. And yesterday, we heard from Peter Weiss, who said that academic freedom was under acute danger and that there should be no taboos at all at universities. Discussions should be fair, factual, and humane. Cancel culture, according to him, is the expression of a lack of argumentation. There is a social responsibility that scholars bear. If a scholar has understood something, then he or she has an obligation to share their findings with the public in the spirit of enlightenment. Science must deal with contradiction, and the core of democracy means providing space for debate. Interim conclusion: after the second case, cancelling was dealt with in the case of Olivier Guéraud, but embedded in science and freedom of expression. Whether publicly expressed opinions or constitute grounds for dismissal is something I don't presume to answer, but I hope that you, listeners, were able to form an opinion. Let me briefly discuss the third case that we negotiated this weekend. And I promise you, I will do this very briefly before you nod off here. The third case took us to Eastern Europe and dealt with state intervention in cultural institutions in Slovakia and Hungary. We listened to different perspectives, and I heard the following questions being raised. Are dismissals of cultural directors interventions in artistic freedom? Interference in artistic freedom? Does the state have a right to make personnel decisions as it provides funding? And does Europe need a Culture Freedom Act? Michal Hworecki reported on his accusation of defamation and because he had called the Minister of Culture a neo-fascist. He said she sees the cultural scene and cultural workers as enemies. Basically, this is an old ideology in a new guise, where it's about intimidating those who criticize her. Cultural institutions must be and remain critical. Only then can they evolve. Matej Dritschka told us humorously about his dismissal as the director of the Slovak National Theatre. He said, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the HR director came to my door with two witnesses. The two witnesses were staring at their shoes in shame. So, you see, the question is before our very eyes, this political cancel culture, is it already on our doorstep? Peter Zayat's central concern has always been the preservation of cultural memory and the role of society and local authorities. It's not just about the individual. The restriction of freedom of expression harms national culture. Even if there's been a long tradition of a lack of interest in culture in Slovakia, the population is now showing an interest, is now taking an interest and demonstrating solidarity with cultural and artistic professionals. Slava Taubnerova comes from the independent scene. She did not study art, but she's always been used to working freely and autonomously. According to the minister, art should be like a wellness culture. Everything should be labeled art because all experts have been abolished. But art should not be political. It is always embedded in a context. Boris Kalnoky supports the Hungarian government because he believes it is the best possible government for his country. Culture should represent society at large, not just urban liberal elites. And this should be regulated by the market. But if this regulation is not functioning properly, then you have to help it along. I wonder at this point whether the term cancelling is not enough when it comes to state restrictions on freedom of art and expression, whether it falls short and whether the weight of censorship perhaps needs more consideration. But we also heard from Valerie Define, the drag queen from Budapest, who talked about the growing popularity of the drag scene. The government's laws have completely backfired, she says. She had not experienced any cancelling, and it was her impression that Hungary was portrayed in the media as being too extreme. The drag scene is thriving, so am I, she said. So, what do we have left at the end of the day? These were 3 days that have shown us that discussion about cancel culture itself can be threatened by cancel culture. Elisabeth Bronfen said in her introduction, instead of erasing and crossing out, there's also the possibility of listening and, of course, pushing back with a table between us. I must admit, in this case, this is a shared stage. This Congress was indeed an experience. Is it still possible to talk to each other in polarized times? My answer is yes. But certain conditions apply. Sometimes rules are needed. We have to take the time to do so, and people have to be willing to listen, even if it's unpleasant. But primarily, we need the willingness to question our own certainties. Remember the exercise that I asked you to engage in at the beginning of my remarks. How often would you have not been prepared to continue the debate? How often would you have liked to call out? Canceling is often facile, particularly if we refuse to grapple with the complexity of an issue. At the same time, this does not absolve us from responsibility. The responsibility to respond and grapple with problematic content. Jan Fleischhauer, in his summary yesterday, said that canceling had devolved into a sub-level of criminal law. I'm usually cautious when considering such statements. Let us rather look at canceling as a symptom and an instrument. But as you can see here, the issue is fraught with immense complexity. But let us not use canceling as a preventive instrument. As a member of the Council of the Republic, it is important for me to draw attention to this body and to pay my colleagues the greatest respect. The Council is not only an association of different people, but they also reflect a wide variety of lived realities and experience. It is a democratic body that deals with various topics critically and structurally. Last year, we jointly proclaimed the Vienna Declaration. This year, the Council has been working on a number of sub-issues of this declaration in various working groups, including the transparent and democratic handling of canceling. The working group has been working on this for several months now, and in the last several days, we have actually learned a great deal. On Tuesday, we will issue our press release. In answering the last 3 questions of this first Congress weekend, should anyone be allowed to speak in the discourse formats of the Vienna Festival as long as they do not violate the law? Should people who may be perceived by others as derogatory or discriminatory be cancelled, even if the legal line has not been crossed? And is the framework of freedom of speech and opinion too narrow? Maybe we should let the audience decide. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Olga Pflaum. Sie dürfen Platz nehmen.
Thank you very much to you. You can sit down. Thank you. Please rise.
Bitte setzen Sie sich.
Please take your seats.
Ich erkläre die Sitzung hiermit eröffnet.
I call the meeting to order. We're now going to hear the jury's decision.
sind Sie zu einer Entscheidung gekommen?
Have you reached a decision? Yes. I would like to ask the representative of the jury, the spokesperson, for her report.
Kann vielleicht die Kongressleitung die Leitfragen noch mal vorlesen?
Selbstverständlich.
Immer nur eine und dann, nicht? Eine und dann tun wir, bitte.
Die Fragen, ich will auch fragen, auch die Fragen sind versiegelt. Erste Leitfrage.
Now, the first question we had answer was the following. Now, freedom of expression or incitement, cancelling polarization, and was the head of the session. Question 1, are genocide or attempted genocide acceptable terms for the actions? You can read the question up there. Very complex answer. We have broken this into 3 relevant parts. First of all, we asked ourselves whether those terms were acceptable terms. So here, it was 2-2-2, so to say. So the second part was the use propagandistic. It was decided 3-1, so no tie here. And whether the term was anti-Semitic, 3 no votes, 1 yes vote. And also there was a minority position, which I hold. I mentioned that before. In my opinion, we should add to this and we should ask ourselves if we can do without. So not using the term genocide, whether this is even propagandistic at all. Second key question is the discourse on Israel, Palestine, and Gaza, subject to such strong political constraints that freedom of expression, including by state authorities, is restricted. So a majority was affirmative. I would like to explain this. It was to say the manner how this is discussed is really under or impacted by the governments, by the state. Next question, is it appropriate for Austria and Germany to exercise particular vigilance in their dealings with Israel and towards anti-Semitic aspects of criticism of Israel's government policy? Well, 2 abstentions, and the 2 that didn't obtain split their vote, and they said, well, our voice is silenced, yes. And the reason given in order to deflect from one's own anti-Semitism, we said no, and maybe just to a small portion, because we don't see a clear relation here. Question number 3 was, you can read the question here. Is it appropriate for Austria and Germany as perpetrator countries to exercise particular vigilance in the dealings with Israel and towards anti-Semitic aspects of criticism of Israel's government policy so that voices of boycott campaigns have no place in publicly funded art institutions? Once again, we would like to split the answer. When it comes to particular vigilance, it was a unanimous yes. If it is about voices of boycott campaigns that should not be tolerated, a majority of no. However, we would like to comment that the individual cases should be reviewed separately. Thank you very much. Session 2, that was Ulrike Guerreau, the case of Ulrike Guerreau, cancelled by the left. Key question 1, can the opinions of professors and other academic university staff be a reason to terminate an employment relationship, regardless of how much criticism they may encounter? It was a no, a unanimous no. However, we would like to comment if this position is not promoting violence or against humanity. Question 2, did Ulrike Guerreau deliberately or intentionally misuse facts to support a political position? A unanimous yes. Question 2b, did Ulrike Guerreau engage in pro-Russian propaganda? Unanimous yes. Question 3, was she treated unfairly? also cancelled by the media, and finally dismissed. A majority voted no. However, 2 comments were made. One, well, she wasn't really cancelled by the media, so we had a bit of a problem with the way the question was asked. Also, we discussed this at great length, whether there was not also, let us say, a co-responsibility that the university itself has to assume, because they should have reviewed her CV, for example, better when hiring her. But then again, her responsibility was weighed more heavily, if you will. Now, the questions were as follows. Question number 1, are the dismissal of left-wing and liberal artists and artistic directors and their replacement by artists who are close to the state, for example, those who promote national consciousness and interference with artistic freedom? Yes, unanimous, yes. Question 2, does the state, due to its funding of art and cultural institutions, have the right to participate in the selection of artistic directors, etc., so that, for example, the replacement of artistic directors following a change of government is a legitimate process? A majority said no. However, we would like to explain it's understandable but not legitimate. Question 3. The European Union does not have any competence when it comes to cultural policy. It's rather the responsibility of the member states. Is a European Culture Freedom Act needed to protect artists in the member states against authoritarian threats? Yes, 1 abstention. And we would like to state that it would be reasonable because artists can revoke this, but of course it is not an actual protection. Well, thank you very much for that. Now, would like to come to the second and the final part of this 2-stage process. This is now the time that the Council is going to take a resolution. Now, I would like to ask you to raise your hands. All the Council members here in the room, could you please raise your hands? So I've counted 21 council members who are present. Now, the questions to the delegates are the following. Can anyone speak at the Vienna Festival discourse formats, provided that they have not broken the law or are not expected to do so? Yes, no, or abstention. So, should people who express views that others may find derogatory or threatening be cancelled, even if the limits set by the law have not yet been reached? Yes, no, abstain. From a moral point of view, does the demand for cancelling open up an unstoppable chain reaction, or in other words, are the limits of free speech and the freedom of expression too narrow? Yes, no, abstain. Or is the opposite true? In other words, that what is commonly referred to as cancelling simply sanctions discriminatory language, and that it unjustifiably takes away space from dominant positions, thereby opening up space for previously unrepresented or underrepresented speakers. Yes, no, abstains. Now, we're going to proceed as follows. The delegates of the Council of the Republic will decide in an open vote by a show of hands. Please note that the questions were chosen in such a way that it is difficult to agree with both question 1 and question 2. Of course, it is possible, but it does not make much sense, and therefore would rather tend to give us an unclear picture of the situation. Now, if an absolute majority of the delegates agree, a question is answered in the positive. In other words, if the number of the votes in favor exceeds the number of votes against and abstentions. So, let us now proceed to the vote. Once again, question number 1. It is as follows. Now, can anybody speak at the discourse formats of Wiener Festwochen, provided that they have not already broken the law or they are likely to do so? Yes votes?
Ich traue mich von hier aus zu sagen, dass wir ein absolutes Abstimmungsergebnis erzielt haben. Ja. Marco Troja, wie lautet das Ergebnis?
Marco Troja, what is the result of the vote? 20 yes votes. So, please record this. Question number 2. Should people who express views that others may find derogatory or threatening be cancelled, even if the limits set by the law have not yet been reached? Yes. Who votes yes? 2. It's 2 yes votes. No. Who would like to vote no?
Vierzehn.
14. These are 14 no votes. So that is an absolute majority. On to question number 3. Or is the opposite true? Namely, what is commonly referred to as cancelling? The speaker just read out the 4th question, so let me start again. Question number 3. From a moral point of view, does the demand for cancelling open up an unstoppable chain reaction, or in other words, are the limits of free speech and the freedom of expression too narrow? Yes, no, abstain. Who wants to vote yes? 8 yes votes. No votes.
9 Personen.
9 abstentions.
4 Personen.
It's 4. 4 plus 8. So we have a result, as it were. Okay, let's move on to the final question. Or is the opposite true, namely that what is commonly referred to as cancelling simply sanctions discriminatory language and that it unjustifiably takes away space from dominant positions, thus opening up space for previously not represented or underrepresented speakers? Yes. Who votes yes? Please raise your hands. 5. No vote? Please exercise your voting right. Okay, no votes, is that correct? Yes, abstentions? Should be 16, somebody says. No, again. Let's count the votes.
13.
So 13. Thank you very much. Now, in all the 4 questions, we have reached a result. So at that point in time, I would like to inform you that the Council has informed us that the final conclusions regarding these topics will be disclosed on Tuesday in a press release, in a press statement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming, for participating. And I would declare the session, I close the session and would like to wish you a pleasant evening.